There we go. I was still looking at the old live. I'm like, I could see myself on. There we go. Okay, I got to turn this on. There we go. I popped up the old live to sit here and check that the mic was working and everything, and I never brought myself up on stage for this one, so it was kind of like, yeah, that's yeah. Okay, so this is the just hanging out, and this was the old one. So then this one goes bye bye, and we are here. Hi, everybody. It's so nice to see you guys again. Um, it's been a while. I just it's been crazy. It has been so crazy. This year, the company I work for. Okay, I worked for a father and son in law asphalt company. They had been partners for 10 years. And this year, the decision was made last year, but it was officially done this year. They decided to split. So I didn't really get a choice with who I ended up going to work with. I was kind of found by the son-in-law. So, in his mind, I've always been his guy. And, the other mechanic, I use that term loosely, was the father's guy. So in this industry, shit breaks. I mean, we've got a brand new 2025 New Holland C337 track skidster. That is a piece of, I can't swear yet. It's too new of a live. But you guys know where this was going. The paver, the dump trucks. You can't run a company like this if you don't have a guy that can keep these vehicles and equipment and stuff, even brand new. I mean, a brand new piece of equipment, less than a year old, is currently in the shop right now because the valve or the computer that controls this function, the curling of the bucket on the skidster, intermittently doesn't want to work. So we're actually running around with a loaner machine. I'm sick as a dog. I'm really surprised. I literally all day today, I've been hacking my brain out. I don't know if I've got COVID. I don't know what I've got, but it is just killing me. Yeah, so I mean, I've taken on a ton more responsibility because for the son-in-law, I am the only repair guy. To my credit, which I mean, you guys saw during the convoy, everything that we've had go wrong, I've either been able to fix on the spot, or if it was just going to be a multiple hour, there are just times you just can't fix it on the job site because you're going to have to disassemble the entire machine. And I'm also the driver, so I can't be tied up working on this machine and not driving the truck. So if I can't fix it within a reasonable amount of time, at least I can patch it or get it to a point that we can get it on a trailer and take it to a shop that can spend 3-4 guys ripping the machine apart, where it would take me 8-10 hours, but because they've got 3 guys on it, they can get it done in 3 hours, type situation. So yeah, it's a lot of responsibility. I pretty much um pretty much uh don't have very many weekends. I've thought about streaming again. Um the the photo that was the photo for this live. Um I don't know if I have that photo available. Um that is actually my house. I've been trying I've been trying to buy a property. Okay. Um, I want to build a shop. Okay. A mechanic shop. Um, I got out of being a professional mechanic just because I couldn't find a honest, trustworthy shop. There was always some compromise. There was either they wanted you to upsell customers, to sell stuff they didn't need, like brand new vehicles. I want you to sell them Sensatrack shocks. And this guy's just coming in for his first oil change from a brand new car that he just picked up off the dealership. He doesn't need Sensatrack shocks from Monroe. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and push this and then get yelled at because I couldn't convince the customer to do something stupid. That's not my job. I'm a mechanic. I'm supposed to fix your stuff and keep you safe. So I'm currently in this dilemma where I'm trying to find an acre of property in Wisconsin on the eastern side of Wisconsin, some semi near where I live, that I could build a decent mechanic style garage. And I have the funding potential to do it. I can't find the property, man. I can't find the property to do it. If I find a good deal, it ends up being in some town or village that the government has so over ordinanced that you can't breathe and do what you need to do. And the funny thing is, it's in these municipalities that are rural in area. Like the little village or town that this is like surrounded by farm town, by farmland and stuff. And they're adopting codes and ordinances like a major city would. And they're literally making it impossible to want to do business in that area. An example is there's a property in New Holstein, Wisconsin. And every property around this property has gravel. Every property. Okay. New Holstein decided that they wanted to become mainstream and they were going to require either asphalt or concrete for all parking surfaces. I'm looking at building a mechanic shop, working on semis, tractors, excavators, stuff that's going to tear up concrete and asphalt. I need a place I can put gravel down. Plus, if I'm dropping $100,000 on a building, granted I'm financing. We're not talking like I'm baller money here. This is not going to be like, oh, here's $100,000, whatever. I need that break to be able to just throw some gravel down. A truck full of gravel is a couple $100, and I can cover a huge area. And it's just crazy. It's literally crazy. So the problem I'm running into is that if I find an acre that I can build it on, a lot of times it's in a village or a town. It's considered light industrial or commercial. I have to meet extenuating codes for fire protection, and I have to provide certain types of blueprints. It just gets insanely crazy priced to do this. If I try to go to a property that is more relaxed, the problem is that that's usually like your farm agricultural land. And at least on the east coast side of Wisconsin, which I'm on, the problem ends up being that you every property that's smaller than 10 acres, they automatically turn into residential, which normally wouldn't be a problem. But most of these municipalities require you to build a house before you can build a shop. And it's like, I got a house. I don't need a house. I mean, this ain't a great house, but it's paid for, which, keeps the rain off my head and gives me the financial flexibility to possibly be able to make this a possibility, because I don't have to pay $1,000 or more a month on a mortgage or rent or whatever. So it frees up that income to be able to pursue this venture, of building a shop. Ultimately, if you guys have ever seen these, what they'll do is they'll build a building and they'll have like separate units in the building. And I'm not talking like little storage lockers. I'm talking about like substantial sections that businesses can rent out. That's kind of my goal, is I want to build a building like that, find a piece of property that can build a building like that where I can rent out these other shops to like a plumber or a painter or whatever to subsidize. I said that word wrong, but you guys know what I meant. The cost of being able to have my shop, I'm the one taking all the risk, I should get the rewards of being able to do that. So, let me catch up on some of these comments. So that's the dilemma I'm kind of having right now with trying to build a dedicated, substantial building, like a 60 by 60 by 20 foot tall. I mean, I'm talking, I want to be able to put a semi inside this building, or a dump truck and with a dump bed and be able to raise it up and, have plenty of room inside this building. So I'm not talking about a little dinky little spot. Okay. So, yes, indeed, start from the top. Last time you're working, making a drive. Has been a while. Good to see you. Good to see you too. New vehicles, equipment have crappy quality since Conrad, I think they've been crappy quality since 2006. I think anything GM, once they put the cylinder delete in, maybe if you stuck with a couple of the 6.0 motors before, but the 5.3, yeah, everything, yeah. And I have no interest in buying anything new right now. They're all crap, but it is what it is. And I'm good with the electrical diagnostic, and I'd love to bring you guys along on a day when shit breaks down, because it is exciting and you get to see how my mind works. But the problem is we have hot asphalt getting cold. Stuff has to be fixed now. I don't have time to set up a camera and make sure there's a shot and explain what's going on, and I just got to get it done. But God, I'd love it if I had the capability just to have a camera guy just come and just be like, follow me around and let you guys see some of the stuff I do. It's I love it. I love the diagnostic. I love the figuring out. I just so enjoy being able to sit here and visualize the system I'm working on, whatever it is, hydraulic, air, electric, mechanical, whatever it is, and be able to picture this in my brain. And even if it's on a piece of equipment that I have no experience on, a lot of the mechanical abilities and understandings of systems in general translates over to even equipment that I've never had a hand on before. So it's just nice to be able to, be like, okay, yeah, that works, and fix stuff. And I'd love to bring you guys along for that, but just is what it is. So let me see. I miss you showing the house in your neighbor's barn. Yep, Heather. I would love to be able to buy that guy's property. That originally was part of my property. So they split that property up. And that's why the siding on the two properties look exactly the same. If that house ever came up for sale, that would be perfect with that barn, because all of the problems that I'm having with that property out there is because the way the lot is laid out, I can't really build a house on it, and they won't let me do anything with the property unless I build a house on it. So I can't modify it. So it just is what it is. But if I were to buy his property and combine the two properties, I could have a good old time, because the barn is just huge. That could be my shop right there. Let's see. He had consult computer programs to figure out what was wrong, mostly safety sensor stuff. Okay. My friend in Alaska has $5 million invested in his equipment, and the new equipment is always breaking down, all the electrical technology stuff. With this brand new skid steer, I'm telling you, that thing is a hunk of junk. It was a built on Friday unit. There's a nut, okay, on this skid steer. It's a track style skid steer, so tank track, whatever. The front wheel has a tensioner to take up the slack in the track. And there's a big spring inside of there. I mean, big spring. And on the end of this spring, there was a nut. And that nut, I shit you not, is that big around. I mean, it is literally that big around. And it had a set screw in it, in the side of it, so that you could lock it down. Manufacturer never set the set screw. You can tell it never had a tool on it. They screwed that nut on there, and all of a sudden one day the operator's just running it, and he was loading up asphalt we had dumped a pile of asphalt so that trucks could be running back and forth to the plant. And then the guy from the skid steer was loading the asphalt from the ground into the paving machine. And all of a sudden I come back, and there's just this random nut, huge nut, just laying on the ground on top of brand new asphalt that we had just laid. And it's like, where'd this come from? I mean, it's like, it's just crazy. Um, yeah, and this machine's just been nothing but headaches. I mean, uh, like I said, it's in for the fact that that the curl function isn't working, and it's got some type of speed sensor that's sitting here and saying that it's sensing that the track is going faster than the computer is sensing, which could have gotten damage from that nut getting thrown around into the track. Um, there's a We've got an implement that grinds up the asphalt, and we've got an electrical connector that goes into the front of the cab that lets us use buttons on our joystick to function abilities of this piece of equipment. One of the buttons has just decided to stop working. I completely tested the implement. It was fine. I wasn't getting any signal from the machine. The boss pulled me off because he needed me for something else. And then the machine went down. So, we got a rental machine, hooked it up to the rental machine. The implement works fine. So, again, now there's something wrong with brand new this year. Brand new. Skidster, junk, just complete junk. Let's see. Can you find an existing property with? I've tried to find existing property with a shop or a building. And if I wanted to go to the west coast of Wisconsin, I could find what I'm looking for all day. But I would literally be on the opposite side of Wisconsin, middle of nowhere, Ville. I could buy it cheap. I could buy it fairly cheap, but I've been working for this company now for 15 years. I mean, I'm pretty invested in this company. I not trying to brag, not trying to whatever. I mean, they respect what I bring to the table, and I honestly don't think that if I had to start over, I'd be making anywhere near the grossly high number that I get paid now. Let's just put it that way. So the option to move away, I don't want to set up a shop that I want to dabble with or whatever and have it on the other side of the state if I have to now drive to the other side of the state every time I want to do stuff. Let's see. They're making crazy. Yeah, I mean the problem, Heather, is let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the problem, is that you're getting these people. This is how I explain it, I guess. The people that tend to jump up and want to be in government and want to be at least at these lower levels. I mean, I'm talking about these like small village town, things, are always the people that you just don't want. I mean, they're goody two shoe, no realistic reality of the world. They just, unfortunately, they view life through a certain window, and they can't seem to understand any perspective that is not their own. They cannot understand that by sitting here and saying that you're going to make it so that all residential and commercial and everything can't put gravel down. You have just sat here and literally made a situation where so many companies are just not going to buy your property because you're now asking them to make such a substantial investment into asphalting or concreting an entire parking lot for this property. You've just put your area out of place for them. It's just crazy. And these people, they just don't understand it. They want their 2 cars in the garage, really nice yard, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. If that's who you are, that's what it is. But you got to understand there's other people that want to be able to work on stuff. I want to have the ability to have my camper that's in the bed of my truck that sits as high as a semi in my garage. But I can't build a garage in a city. That gets back to the picture. We were talking about the picture that was in my in the description of this. I was trying to put a garage here on my property. I found out that there is no law that says I can't asphalt the entire backyard. But the problem is that I have a slope, and for every foot of elevation that I raise the grade, the sides have to have 4 feet of drainage. I'm already up like 3 feet, and my yard's only like 40 feet across. So on each side, I'm already like 12 feet in on slope, and I'm not even up to grade yet. So my only option is I've got to put retaining walls around 3 sides of my property so that I can elevate it up enough, because the law also states that any drainage of water from my property cannot adversely affect my neighbor, even though my backyard is right now a ski slope and all the water goes down the hill to my neighbor's yard, which is even deeper than mine. I mean, literally, this guy's like 20 feet below me, I mean, right where my property line is, they just literally cut it off and then hit his flat, and he's like 20 feet below me. So it's like all the water from my entire property goes onto his. And, but yeah, I can't, I've got to raise the elevation probably another 3 to 4 feet to, level my property enough that I have drainage going forward to the street, or I can keep it at the level that it is now, but I'm going to have to cut in some type of storm drain into my yard. I can't make this stuff up. I literally cannot make this stuff up. So that it drains towards the street. And it's crazy. It's crazy. And then on top of it, even if I get this all graded out and whatever I end up doing for drainage, and it just gets done and it is what it is, I'm probably only going to be able to build a garage of about 770 square feet, a good two-car garage. I'm going to go with a sloped roof instead of your normal peaked roof, because potentially I can get about 11 to 12 feet of interior roof space, which should be adequate to get a lift in that garage and be able to start working on some of my projects and do some content, with you guys and show you some cool shit. And, I've got a lot of stuff that I need to work on. I just got no freaking place to work on it. So it sits. Unfortunately, it sits. So, let me catch up on the chat. So, yeah. So, I mean, that's where I'm kind of at, I got money kind of burning a hole in my pocket to, for opportunities to do this stuff, but yeah, I can't find shit. A lot of people on Convoy do so. Thank you, Ann. Thank you for that. Yes, I do miss you. I miss you guys too. I just, like I said, it's the time. Consult programmer, figure out what was wrong. Mostly safety sensor stuff. Yeah, good vibes. They're trying to blame that New Holland, the left motor track speed sensor thing. I'm gonna turn this air conditioning on. I'm hot as heck. Hopefully you guys don't. Let me know if it's too loud for you, but I'm dying here. Otherwise, I'll turn on the other microphone. So let me know if that air conditioner is too bad. They're trying to claim that it's a low voltage error because the operator gets in the machine, starts it, pushes the operate button, and then starts moving the machine right away before the computer fully boots up. That's what they're trying to claim. Although I've been the operator and I've told the operator not to do that, and it still does that. So it's crazy. Someone on the board had a feeling that it was black time. I don't know, Deb. Oh, and then on top of it, because I started doing work on my backyard, trying to level that thing, the city decided to come and look at my house and cited me for a crack that long in my foundation. I've got to do what's called tuck pointing because I've got a brick and mortar foundation, and they gave me a month to do it. Otherwise, I'm looking at a $780 fine if I don't tuck point this crack that's that big in my foundation. Yeah, I hate cities. I am so done with cities. It's crazy. Won't argue with that on the emissions crap has caused so much grief. I have 1 acre. I'm building a 40 by 40 pole barn with 12-foot overhead doors. Good vibes. I would sit here and I'd recommend doing 14-foot if you can. The only reason I say that is because for whatever reason you get anything, if you got a 14-foot door that opens 14, you can park whatever the hell you pretty much want in there. Because if it's a semi, if it's tractor trailer, if it's camper, if it's a whatever, it's got to fit under a 14-foot door. I'm just saying, 12-foot door, if it fits your needs, that's great. I'm just saying, future proof value wise, if anybody else were to buy it down the road and it has the ability to put something that is 14 feet, like if I were to buy your property, I'd be tickled pink that I could drive my dually with my truck camper in there and then just drop it off and leave it inside the shop. 12-foot door, I don't know. I have to double check the measurement. I think that'd be kind of close. I don't know if I'd fit through 12-foot door. Are you still working for the town? No, right now, good vibes. I'm not working for the town. That was just a winter job, because both my jobs are seasonal. I need work over the winter, And, then I work for pretty much 7 months for the asphalt company. So the working for the city was just a winter job. I didn't really enjoy it. There's a lot of just you don't quit the job, you quit the people. Um, just not very nice people. I'll just put it that way. They weren't my kind of people. And maybe it has something to do with, at my company 15 years, I fix everything, I keep the company going. I'm the guy. Um, you know, Maybe when I was working for them, it was just I was the low man on totem pole. I had to ask permission to do anything and everything. Maybe that was part of it, but then on top of it, because I was considered a LTE, and as an incentive to get people to work those couple of months over winter, I was getting paid more than they were getting paid for the same job. And there was a lot of envy, even though they get benefits and county pensions and all that. When it came dollar to dollar, every paycheck, I made more money than them. And they just let that do that. So yeah, I don't know. Please hit the like, subscribe to the camera. Have a camera on your head while you're working. Yeah, camera on the head. It's just, that's hard. Eric, the car guy, is pushing 2 million subscribers on his channel. And Eric, the truck guy, I see potential. Honestly, Troy, I'd still love to come down and visit with you and, do a day in the life of Troy, because, just the stuff you work on, it'd be so interesting. This winter, I'm kind of up in the air. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I have a gentleman that has a fabulous shop. He got very lucky in the lottery of life. Okay, his father owns a machine shop, CNC lathes, plasma cutters, literally very heavy industrial machine manufacturing building. This guy's got every toy you could possibly want. I mean, bench presses that are like the size of this room, shears. I mean, literally just whatever you could imagine. And his father has decided to retire and doesn't want to pursue that business anymore. And the only person that would really buy that building, because it's a very large building, it's out of my price range, is a competitor next door, and they can't come up with a price. So the son has now had an opportunity to start a mechanic shop in this building, and he still has access to all this other equipment, and he's been trained for it, and he knows how to use it. It's great. It's great for him. He's got now 2 lifts. He's got a drive-on lift and a standard 2-post, and he's doing really good work. A lot of not just your typical brake jobs, oil changes, whatever. He's changing motors, changing transmissions on the new stuff, on the new crap. So he has more work than, because he's in a farming community. He's not only working on the cars and stuff like that, he's also working on semis and tractors and our asphalt machines, you know, like when our crap goes down and I need to be driving the truck because we're going to use a different paver and I need to offload this work to somebody else because I can't be in two places at once. He's doing that work. So, I mean, this winter, there's an opportunity at a much lower rate than what I'm used to getting paid, but it might be fun and I might be able to do some content out there. And not that streaming on YouTube has made me a dime. I mean, this doesn't make money. I mean, unless you end up with your 2 million subscribers, and you're going on multiple platforms, and it's just, this is not, you got to be dedicated to, this is what you want to do and whatnot. It's not. So that's a potential. I might be doing that this winter and be able to do some streaming and show you guys some work and kind of chit chat with you guys over the winter and make, a decent amount of money, whatever, I've considered possibly going down south. I've considered talking to you guys and saying, hey, you guys know of anything, of anything down your way that does winter work that might be fun to do. I've considered going and packing up the truck and the camper and going out to where all the nomads go, and out in Arizona or whatever, and potentially working out there. There's always people that are going to have stuff, that are doing that camping stuff, that are going to need stuff fixed, and maybe just take a vacation over the winter, for a couple of months. There's a lot of things up in the air right now. I feel like talking to myself, like you guys just kind of died here. I mean, there's still 32 people watching. It's 10 o'clock, So I guess you guys are still there, Yeah. 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 I wish I could just find some land, There's so many opportunities that if I could find the right piece of property, I could rent out space, for parking trucks and RVs and trailers. And, I mean, there's just so many things that you can do. But the problem is that you find what would be the right property, and either it's zoned incorrectly or some person has decided, what happened to America? You buy a piece of property, you do what the hell you want with it. I mean, why? It's not my property then. Why, if I'm buying something, can't I do what I want with it? Why does some guy get to make a decision, even if I'm not in a city, I'm out in the country, to decide that this 5 acres is going to be residential when it's surrounded by farmland? Why can't I buy 5 acres and just do what I want? This is not America. This is not America. It really is not. You don't own, you can't do anything with what you own. It's, you buy a piece of property and you're still restricted by all these stupid rules. It's crazy. And unless you're going to go to like Tennessee or, the west side of Wisconsin where, there just is like no enforcement, I guess. But I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to be an outcast and go out into the middle of nowhere to do what I want to do. I should be able to do that relatively close to a town or village out in, maybe in Farmville, but still, I shouldn't have to be exiled just because I want to sit here and I want to build a shop and work on stuff and have a few things outside. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Sell your house, find a property with a house and shop on at least 5 acres. Right now with the housing market, it's just it's not really an option, man. I mean, right now I've got it pretty cush. This house is paid for. I pay like $1,500 a year in taxes. I pay the utilities. That's my expense. Why? When I'm looking at buying a property in a shop and I'm potentially going to spend $100,000 to buy a property with a house and a property, you're talking about $400, $500, $1,000. All I want is a $10,000 building. I don't want the extra $300,000 or $400,000 of expense. Eventually, maybe if this business takes off and I can rent out a couple of these units. And again, if I buy a house with a building, I can't do this subdividing thing where I could rent out these other places if I don't build it the way I want to. I just, why do I want to put myself into that much financial debt and risk it all when right now, I mean, eventually, yes, I would like to get a better house, but they're talking about that the housing market's going to crash and, the Fed and all that stuff, the interest rates should be coming down. And just right now, it's just not the right time. Hey, Dave, how you doing? Let's see. Just bought a Yamaha tractor. That's a good tractor. Followed Mechanic Eric since Convoy. Thank you, Heather. Sell your house, property, shop 5 acres. Yep, me too, Heather. Have you thought about setting up a service truck repair service? Bob, I'm going to be honest with you, man. That's a young man's game. I mean, I don't want to work outside anymore. It's just the truth. I want to be able to put it on a lift. I want to be able to have my toolbox. I want the projects to come to me. That's a young man's game, running out there hustling and mobile mechanic. It's great. I want to bring employees in. I want to start an actual business and what I call supervise. I want to train. I want to pass down my knowledge. I want to educate the younger guys into how to do things that are skills that are getting forgotten, techniques and stuff that are just going the way of the dodo. That's kind of what I want to do. So yeah, I mean, it's a great idea. It's a great idea. Service truck. I've been telling the boss for our company that we need to get a service truck because he's been buying tools. It's great. My cab of my semi, between the trailer, the cab of my semi, and the cab of the other semi, with all the different tools that we keep having to buy because, we're not just working on automobiles, we're working on semis and big machinery. So we've got to have the big 2.5-inch wrenches and, big impact guns. It's just, it's getting crazy. We definitely need that. Pink Knot Yoder. Long time no see since the Convoy. Yes. Um, I'm still living in West New York. Lots of property available for you here. Again, that's the problem is, I kind of am in that situation where it's like this company treats me really good. I mean, I've been looking around, and I mean, honestly, at my age and whatnot, I don't know if I could do better. I mean, I could be doing a lot worse. I mean, those guys at the city over the winter, when I was working for them, they're making almost half of what I make, and that's their year round job. So it's like, I just, and I mean, I hear that like over the road truck drivers, they're making 100,000, whatever, or even higher. I mean, there's a couple other jobs where maybe I can make some more. It's like, I don't know. It's just, been with these guys for so long. I'm the top dog, lots of responsibility. I just, I guess I'm kind of set, I'm a little worried to like move to New York or move to whatever permanently, over the winter. Sure. Hey, you need somebody to whatever. Okay. Let's commute and see what's going on. I mean, I don't know. You might see Sasnak. He goes camping with his bus. He fixes up. You never know. Might see him. I'd definitely go see Sasnak. We didn't film it just because I didn't want Sasnak to think. You guys know me. I'm not out here for clout. I'm not monetized. I don't do any of this with the idea of popularity, financial gain, whatever. It's just, if it were to happen, great, but that's not my thing. But we actually, I've got his number. I can call him. But when he was up here a couple of years ago, everybody figured out he was at that flag, this flag. It's in the background. Let's see. Hold on. So he was at that flag, and everybody's like, "Hey, that's where Mechanic Eric lives." So we got in touch. He went up to Upper Michigan, and on his way back, I took him out to eat. And I just, we had a good time. We just had a good time. We talked about a lot of shit we wouldn't have been able to talk about. His personal life, my personal life. Just a lot of stuff that. A lot of stuff that we wouldn't have talked about on air, and I really got to know him really good. And I've got that ADHD brain. People that have ADHD, unfortunately, it's a side effect of it. We are not really good at keeping in contact with people. It just comes to out of sight, out of mind. It's not that we don't like the people. It's not that we don't think about, hey, oh yeah, we should contact people. It's just So, I mean, I should probably reach out to more people from the Convoy. Minnesota Mike every once in a while reaches out, and I really do appreciate that he does that, because I'm horrible at that. There's a few other people that reach out to me every once in a while, and it's great to hear from them. But yeah, I mean, yeah. I saw a comment about UPS, so I'll skip back. Somebody was saying something about UPS. I'm at that point where I'm starting to have problems with arthritis in my hands and stuff like that. So while I can still function and work on stuff, to be at the level of doing it professionally 8 to 10 hours a day again, I don't know if I could. That's where I'm kind of at. You know, I've got friends that I've mentored that if I were to open a shop, I would have instant employees. And I could go to a more of a supervisory, fix something here and there, help out, assistant mechanic in a sense. I've got the brain, you got the brawn, here, I'll help you work on some stuff. I'm the boss type situation. And I think that's what I can really offer in the mechanic industry now, versus being a full-time mechanic. I mean, it kills me doing the repairs I've got to do for the company I do now. But it's far and few between enough that I'm not destroying my body doing it. It's always, everything's hot. It's got to be done now. Can't wait for things to cool off. Tense under pressure repair. It sucks. It's challenging. It's exciting to be able to sit here and, be the one that figures it out. It's even better. Oh God. We've had so many problems with the trucks where, they were under warranty. So we kept sending them into the repair shops, and finally I got sick of it. And, it was under warranty. Why am I going to waste my time diagnosing something that's under warranty? And, mechanic shops are just not what they used to be. I mean, common repair capabilities and diagnostic. That was my skill, was diagnostic, being able to figure out why this is going on, being able to flow chart it, the ankle bone's connected to the leg bone's connected to the knee bone, whatever, and be able to be like, okay, well, you're having a problem with this. Oh, well, it's because you dislocated your ankle. Same thing with automotive, this system's connected to this. You're supposed to have fuel here. Okay. Well, this is what sends the fuel. Is it a clog? Is it electrical? Is it, whatever? It's getting a lot more complicated than it was. I mean, it used to be back in the day, fuel pumps were run by just a relay and a mechanical switch and a key. And now you've got computers you've got the extra complexity of the computer that is supposed to send a signal and tell this device to turn on. And now that is potentially a problem because its output could have failed, and it's an internal part. So now you're testing that. So things are a lot more complicated to do that. So yeah. Let's see. NC is a great place in between cold and hot. Honestly, Pink, not Yoder. I've always kind of thought that the latitude about like St. Louis area, it just seemed like they never really get hit with really bad winters. The summers, I guess, my sister lives down in that area, and it just seems like it was always kind of just a really good temperature. And for whatever reason, they get really cheap fuel in St. Louis. I don't know why. Their fuel is just ridiculously cheap, and their cigarettes, although I'm not smoking anymore, they're just really cheap. I heard it's not a good time to buy. Yep. But your house must have increased property value. About mine now worth 200. You'd be surprised at. I know that this house is not worth 200 and some thousand. Trust me. This was a foreclosure house. I mean, I got this house dirt cheap. I'm a guy. I'm single. I live here. I really have not had the opportunity nor the desire, um, just because of things that are going on in my life, to really go and rehab this house, which it needs. It just needs a rehab. That's Everything's outdated. Somebody prior to foreclosing it tried to do remodeling that needs to all come out because they didn't know what they were doing. Um, so the remodeling that has been done is done poorly. This really just needs to be torn down to studs and have a complete gutting and rebuild. And right now, I just have no interest in doing that. I just, it's not pretty. This room right now is green. It came green. It's a green room. It's weird. The walls are green. It's got cathedral ceilings. It's just the way it came. But like I said, it's got heat. It's got air conditioning. It keeps the water off my head and is paid for. Right now in this economy, I can't ask for anything more. It is what it is. So that's, but there's no way it's worth 220. I mean, I would like to, like I said, I'd like to be able to get this business off the ground, rent out a couple of these other portions of the building, be able to possibly rent out some of the parking lot as RV storage or truck parking or equipment parking. I could technically charge my boss to park his equipment on my property and make some rental income there. And then at that point in time, just look for a new house and either sell this to somebody that wants to flip it, or, at that point in time, hire somebody or decide if I want to take on the task of flipping this house. Me and my ex-wife bought this as a investment for a certain purpose, and we just really never, it fit the need that we had at the time without really having to remodel it, and it just never got any money put into it. And then when we separated, thank God I had it available to me, and yeah, so that's where we're at. So you guys are learning a lot about me today. I mean, I'm telling you, probably way too much information, obviously, but that's probably what it is. Let's see. Must increase. It's a great time. It's a great time to buy. No one is selling. There are tons of buyers, but no properties available. That's not. Well, I mean, that's not really. Well, I guess. I mean, there's. Yeah. Well, I mean, part of your problem. I just got talked to a little bit. Somebody's watching my stream. I say single as in I'm not married anymore. I am currently seeing somebody. I just got called out on that. Sorry. Like I said, I've been up forever. I'm talking about in the aspect of I'm not married. I don't have a ring on my finger. Is that okay? I started dating someone about a year ago. So yeah. Okay, back to this. Let's see. You can work as a mechanic. Start 100,000. Stopped watching Saturday when he stopped working on the bus. He never took the bus out with his girlfriend after he finishes the bus. His girlfriend sold her house just to travel on the bus with him. Yeah, I really, I haven't been able to catch a lot of the other. I don't know. Did we just like lose all the streamers? Because my list of people, I barely see anybody ever streaming. And I mean, I understand. I'm really busy. Um, I am really busy a lot of the time, so I don't get on here very much. Not that I ever really watched a lot of other people's content, to be honest. Um, so I got to thank you for admitting that I have a girlfriend. Sorry. um, so, um, so yeah, I mean, I did watch Saznak here and there when he was doing his bus stuff, but yeah, I really don't know what anybody's doing. Is Taco John or Taco Joe still doing his stuff? I mean, it just seems like everybody's just kind of fallen off the radar. Nobody's streaming anymore. At least I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. Let's see. We too. It's good if you could be the boss. Your hands and your body are in pain. You need to be the boss. Yes, that's the idea. I'd like to do. I'm trying to figure out ways to spend money that brings residual income in. You know, I would like to build this building so that I could get rentals, whether it be from vehicles in the outside or businesses that are looking for places to set up, so that basically my shop costs me nothing, which then puts me in a financial situation that I can do what I want with this shop, whether it's work on my stuff, work, set it up as a actual mechanic shop, and have a couple of my friends work underneath me and be able to undercut my competition because I don't have expenses in a sense because I was smart and took care of that. So I mean, definitely trying. He'd be a great as a shop foreman for a company like UPS, FedEx in management. Then can at least have something for retirement. Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. My biggest problem with that is that I came from the school of we didn't get like the certifications. We learned on the job. That's just the way it was. That companies didn't want to at that time. A lot of companies, like if you're in IT, they want to help you get these certifications. They want to train you up. They want to do this stuff. Back in the time that that I was a professional auto mechanic, they didn't want you to get certified because once you had certifications, then they knew they were going to have to pay you more or, things like that. So they were not trying to help you do this. And when you're working in a mechanic shop, you're working so many damn hours. I was working 10, 12-hour days when I was a professional auto mechanic. I didn't have time to take these tests and get my certifications. And really, I wasn't behind what other mechanics were making. So it just really, I know what I know. I can show you what I know. I've got the skills to back up what I do. But to walk into a mega corporation like UPS, FedEx, it just, I don't, again, I love my job. I hate my job. Hate my job. Love my job. It's I've come to love the stupidity of stuff that happens that I hate, I guess. Yeah. That's yeah. I've been doing security work since I was 19. Now I do private security gigs, average 35 an hour. Okay. Sorry, Eric, but I'm seeing someone and not on the market. Oh, but Brett, I mean, of course, you were my Canadian yeah, you know what I'm talking about. One of these days we do have to get that game of Risk so I can conquer Canada. I've got that. I paid for the special map that lets North America attack Canada. And you got to defend Canada's honor because I'm the big bad American. We're going to stomp all over you, and you're going to become the 51st state, man. Whether you like it or not, because you want our golden dome. That's it. But they pay extremely well as their Teamsters retired from public transportation after 32 years of decent union retirement. I'm Eric's age. I've also been doing security work since. That's good news. You have a girlfriend, Eric, and you live in Wisconsin. Doesn't get any better than that. I'd like. I'll be honest with you. Honestly, with this job, I am literally set up that I could be a snowbird. I could literally not be here over the winter and not have to deal with all this cold and crap. And, if I could just figure out something for those 3 to 4 months, like middle of November, end of November to like the beginning of April, just that small little window that I could go down to Florida or, something, it'd be flipping awesome, where I could make, just a comfortable living. I don't need to, just enough that my monthly bills are covered, I don't even need to like increase my, my savings or my checking, per se, just so that I'm at least breaking even on the little bit of expenses I've got. And it'd just be nice to get out of the winter. And, I am not a winter person, even though I deal with the winter very well, temperature wise. I'm not a snowmobiler. My knees hurt, when it's cold out. I'm not a winter person. I honestly, should the girlfriend is on the stream, so she's probably going, oh, he wants to leave me every winter. I guarantee it. I'll probably be seeing that in my thing. Yes, I agree. All streamers from TV. Wow. Yeah, she's getting code. I'm getting code messages here. Yeah, a lot of people have switched off of YouTube. I just, I've always had an issue when I multi-streamed. When I streamed to Facebook or I tried to do Twitch and whatever, because most of my content was always mobile, IRL. I was always out and about with my phone, and it was always bandwidth issues, that was the issue. Always bandwidth issues. So I never got into streaming in multiple things. like I said, this was just something to do, to hang out with you guys and have a conversation, and we'll just kind of go from there. We'll see. Maybe I'll kick this thing on a little bit more often. Maybe winter's coming up soon. My season's gonna be over. I'm gonna be working in my backyard, trying to build retaining walls and grade and build a garage. And oh my God, hey ACB, long time no see. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, that's a possibility. Still follow Taco Joe, Oreo Express. Well, yeah. Me and Oreo Express just never really go watch the old videos. It is what it is. He actually striked my account. He striked my account. He didn't like one of my videos. It is what it is. Followed many like X-Ray and Polish. Yeah, Polish is out. She seems like she's out doing her RV living. I've noticed she's got her dog and her cat living in an RV, and I mean, cool. That's cool. X-Ray, no idea what he's doing. I'm pretty sure he's done. Just bought 2 investment properties, 1 2-family, 1 with an apartment and a storefront. Yeah, there's a property up in Green Bay that I potentially could do that, but I got really excited about it because it was a commercial storefront with a really nice remodeled upstairs, and it looked like a huge lot that it was on that was all asphalted, which would be great because you could build a property or you could build a garage on it. Come to find out, somehow they sold all the property except for where the physical house, the building. So you're buying the building with nothing, no off-street parking. All of the asphalt around you is owned by somebody else. It's like, I don't know how you can sell stuff like that, but yeah, it's crazy. I'm telling you, don't give up your job. I'm in my 60s. It's very hard to get anything that pays. Yeah, and that's also the problem. At my boss, okay, with the fact that we work pretty much 7.5, 8 months out of the year, it's already a challenge to find somebody that wants to work that schedule. And then on top of it, a lot of the people that we get are definitely not the top choice of people that you want to hire to do this job. My boss actually got lucky. It was just a very weird situation. I had moved up here for love from Milwaukee, and my sister and brother-in-law are big EV Tesla people, and it just happened to be that I was collecting unemployment at the time, so I wasn't in a rush for a job because I could mooch on it for a little bit, and I was still feeling out if this was the girl and if I was staying and if I was going to get a job up here or down there. And I happened to go over to the place where they were putting up Tesla chargers, and the company that I now work for happened to be doing the asphalt around the new Tesla chargers. And because my sister and brother-in-law both own Teslas, and they have family that are in Upper Michigan, one of the routes they could take to go up to Upper Michigan is past my house. But one of their excuses was because they drive Teslas, they needed to go where the chargers were. So I took a picture to let her know, well, now you got no excuse. You can come visit, whatever, and on your way through. And this guy who was from southern Illinois, probably not originally, but probably even further south, with the thickest southern accent. I swear it was a southern accent with a stroke on top of it. I really had a hard time ever understanding anything this guy said. All right. Just walks up to me. I'm just standing there taking a picture of the new Tesla chargers. And he just walks up to me and he's like, "Do you got a CDL?" Yeah. I don't know why I must have looked like I was a CDL driver, but some circumstances happened. Their old driver had to have a stent put in his heart, and because he couldn't pass the medical, they were short a driver. And 15 years later, I've been their driver. And when I first started working for them, 15 years ago, this company was definitely a death trap. The bushings in the Kenworth air suspension, this is going to be for Troy, he's going to know exactly what I'm talking about here, were all blown out. So when you lifted the air ride suspension, the truck would start to death wobble. And the clutch that was mechanically adjustable on that model, because it was still the older style clutch that weren't automatic adjust clutches, was slipping. I mean, how these guys were in business, at that time. I mean, I guess you do what you got to do. I mean, I am proud to say that this company's really safe, and we've got really nice equipment now. But to go from where they started, and it's just amazing. It was amazing. I mean, that company was dangerous. I could not believe it. But yeah, I made the fatal mistake of I can make that clutch stop slipping. Kenworth wants $10,000 to redo that rear end. I can take the bars off. They're $20 bushings over at the Mack dealership, and Kenworth will push them in for an hour worth of labor, and it's going to cost you all of like $300-400, and you can run the air suspension and whatever. And I became the mechanic for this company. So yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I like my private area and space. If she's watching, she's watching. But this is kind of my thing. It is what it is. I don't know. This is the first time she's ever actually seen me stream, so I guess I'll hear about it. It's been a long time. Now that the backyard's getting kind of leveled, I've still got the fire pit from the fire chats that we used to have. I may one of these days set that up and got a whole bunch of firewood and get that going. Let's see. I'll show you your comments, even those hating on me. Okay, I don't know what that's in reference to, Brett. I'll show you your comments. Okay. Is Bill Cox here? What's your age? Shouldn't take your... Yeah, the problem is you got to prove your experience. You know, it's just, and then I got to be honest, I'm a little dated on the automotive side. I mean, I've kept up. Okay, I understand CAN bus networks. I understand um, how the technology has gone. Um, I can follow along. I don't have practical experience um, dealing with a lot of the really new systems because it's not my professional job right now. I mean, it's not a lot of knowing how something works and being able to diagnose it. A lot of times comes down to experience of figuring out what the problem was. You can understand the system, you can understand how it is, you can understand the diagnostic procedure. Um, but there's a lot to be said with the experience of okay, this system is extremely sensitive to grounds. Okay, I know I gotta make sure the grounds are clean because a lot of these problems could just be grounding issues. Um, it really just comes down to a lot of experience. So could I throw myself into a 2025 dealership and work on 2025 equipment right now? Um, Probably not. Um, that's why by doing my own shop, I can choose the jobs I want. And I'm leaning more towards semis, bigger equipment, um, not so much cars. Um, Cars are becoming not the place to be. Um, Modern cars, really, from a mechanical standpoint and an engineering debacle, have turned into nightmares. Um, it is not profitable to work on modern cars these days. It just engineers have done such stupid stuff to save a dollar and try to tightly pack everything into the smallest possible no dead space area that what normally would have been simple repairs has turned into taking cabs off of trucks to do basic stuff, removing entire dashes to do basic stuff. I mean, cars are getting to the point that almost anything you have to work on is turning into 8-hour projects. It is just ridiculous. Um, I'm really hoping that with the fact that the dealerships are getting stuck with so many of these high priced vehicles that nobody really wants, and they're running so many of these lots right now are having cars that are 2 and 3 years old that have been sitting in their lot that they just cannot sell. Um, I'm really hoping that the manufacturers are going to eventually wise up to people want reliability and not planned obsolescence. Um, they want to be able to have something that if it breaks, the mechanic doesn't tell you, well, that's $700 because I've got to tear half the car apart. Um, you know, the fact that the emission standards are getting rolled back or appear to be getting rolled back, which a lot of this super engineering to try to meet these incredibly crazy emissions goals has overcomplicated the systems and has really been what's made these vehicles unreliable. On top of the fact that the companies have become greedy and have decided that they want to have planned obsolescence. Hence, a 2006 Chevy, the frame splits in two before the truck breaks. I mean, you get a new frame for that truck, you put a motor in, you put a trans in. I mean, the damn thing will literally last forever. You know, you go back some more years back, but I mean, you know, and it's even better. These new cars are just, you're lucky you get 100,000 miles out of them anymore, and a little bit of corrosion. And if you guys don't follow Check Engine Chuck, great. It's very technical. It's going to be very dry to a lot of people that maybe that can't follow along with what he does, but it just shows you how such a small, minuscule, stupid thing can completely turn into this flipping nightmare that this guy's spending 20 hours trying to track down a rubbed wire, a wire that just rubbed in the wrong spot. And because it was just throwing all these CAN bus systems off and all this integrated networking and all this stuff, you now paid him 20 hours of labor at whatever his rate is to find a rubbed wire. It's crazy. It's flipping crazy. So, all right, let me get back to reading the chat here. Oh, we're going up in numbers. We must be starting getting some of the late nighters. Brett is in the same country. I haven't even been drinking. Yeah, I haven't really been drinking either. I'm blown away. I'm not coughing my brains out. My throat's getting a little dry, but you know, it's crazy. Polish has a man now? Okay. Is she streaming with him, or is you just somebody that's there? Brett, same country. I haven't even been drinking. Good time to start. Very active on Fascist Book. Yeah, that's pretty much where I think I see her. I don't think I've seen her on YouTube anymore. You know, I'll be honest with you. I would stream more if I didn't have to worry about getting banned for listening to the radio. I mean, that is the hardest thing, is that, you know, it's great to talk to you guys, but to sit here and drive for 8 hours or whatever a day, you know, whatever my day ends up being, because my day's weird. Some days I work 4 hours and I get paid for 8. Some days I work 10 hours and I get paid for 10. You know, like I said, my boss is great. You know, I can work a 4-hour day, he still pays me 8. If I work a 10-hour day, I get paid for 8 plus extra. You know, it's great. But that's the hardest part about streaming in the vehicle. You know, we're in more cities now, so what used to be the problem with me streaming was that we were doing a lot of residential, and we were out in the country doing really rich people mansions, you know, really long driveways, you know, in the middle of nowhere, and I just couldn't get signal. But my boss has taken a shift towards doing a lot more commercial type business. A lot of apartment complexes, lots of industry buildings, stuff like that. So I find myself a lot more in major cities: Green Bay, Appleton, Fond du Lac, so on and so forth. And so the signal barrier that was the problem before really isn't the problem as much. Um, but yeah, I mean that was always the down thing, was that you couldn't listen to music, and even if you're not monetized, you don't get banned. But if enough song comes up, even if the stream isn't monetized, they will time your channel off until you turn the song off, and then the stream will come back up. And it's just so damn annoying. It's just like, I thought about streaming on TikTok, because TikTok, well, it just doesn't really care. I could probably, there was a couple other options, like Rumble, but Rumble always was a pain to set up, because at least at the time, because you had to manually set up the stream key every time, and it was just a pain. And it was just a headache. It's like, I wouldn't mind having you guys along and just be like, oh yeah, hey, how you guys doing? And you guys come in, chit chat, and it's like, okay, I see something, and we have a little conversation, because I do have a lot of downtime, where I'm just sitting in the truck waiting for the guys to grade the job, or I pick up asphalt, but then I'm waiting for them to need the asphalt, so I'm just sitting there, so I could easily have a conversation with you guys. But yeah, it's just yeah, I don't know, it's just crazy. So but that was always the biggest pain in the butt, was not being able to jam out and listen to some music. Let's see. Had my commercial driver's license B since I was 21. Should have gotten A. Not even worth getting a B. Gotta just go for the A right away. You just never know when you need it. And if you ever take the test, if you're new to driving, don't get the automatic endorsement. Get if you're gonna get the automatic endorsement, do it. Get comfortable with the truck, but then go back and get the manual, because of the fact that there's always going to be that situation. Like my company right now, we just got an automatic. I did drive it for a little while, but being that I'm the top guy and I can show up on time, the equipment trailer is extremely heavy, and that automatic just does not like it. It can't pull it like the manual can. Even though they're the same displacement of engine, I don't understand. Losses in the torque converter, whatever. So I had to give up the automatic. I actually enjoyed it, because it was an Allison. It wasn't an automated transmission. It was an actual automatic, like a car. A lot of the automated transmissions that they have in over-the-road trucks are mechanical manual transmissions that the computer controls the clutch and the mechanical gears. And when they shift badly, they grind, and they're very slow, because they literally shift like they're shifting every gear, and like a manual transmission, and they start off at like super low gear, where I start off, or most other drivers start off in at least second, third, whatever gear. The automated will start off in like first every time and go through every damn gear, where the Allison automatic is like a 6-speed automatic transmission in an automotive car. You just push the gas and it accelerates on the shift, and it's great. It's great. But yeah, I mean, we were going to hire a guy that originally had just an automatic license. But there's been circumstances where I'm going to share something that's embarrassing. So go ahead and clip this. You guys are going to have fun with it. You're going to laugh. You're going to tease me about it. Me and one of my coworkers decided that we were both walking towards the road, two different purposes. He's going for the skid steer. I'm going to get my dump truck. And he's a younger guy. I mean, 30s. I'm, 49. Wink, wink. 49. Forever 49. And he decided to do a little double step and be like, oh, on a race. And I'm like, he's shorter than me. Okay. He's a little shorter than me. Not by much, but I mean, enough. And, I'm 6'2", 6'1", depending on which convenience store I'm leaving at the time. And I decided, okay, yeah, I'm not going to let this little young guy sit here and punk me, So I decided I'm going to sit here and I'm going to run. And, we're running. I'm not trying to push too hard. And, all of a sudden he kicks in a little bit more. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to really kick this into overdrive, to beat him. So I just poured it on and I hit top speed. I'm like, I'm gone. I literally just was like leaving this guy. And I'm feeling great. Everything's great. All of a sudden, pop. I literally had a pain shoot through the back of my leg, my right leg. I completely came to a stop. Severe pain. I'm like, what the hell has happened? I've never had this happen in my life. And yeah, I blew up my hamstring. And I couldn't drive the manual truck. I have, I got to be able to push on the clutch with my left foot, and I have to be able to press on the brake with my right, and, vice versa. When I'm accelerating, I need to be able to let off the brake, push on the gas, let off the clutch. You got to use both legs. There's no option. And for about 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I had to drive with my left foot in the automatic truck, and the other driver had to drive the manual. And if he would have had a manual endorsement, I do not know what the hell we would have done. It just, it would have been a nightmare. But blew up my my hamstring. That was very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. But I did beat him. I did beat him. A clutch rider. I'm not a clutch rider. I only use the clutch for starting and stopping. I'm old school. I learned to float the gears. Maybe if I got a gear that doesn't want to come out, because I'm going down a hill or something and the RPMs are getting away from me a little, I may tap that clutch just to help pop her out. But no, I float every gear. That's just what it is. So yeah, girlfriend's 23. No, but before her, I was playing around with some youngers. I was having a good time at that point in time. Yeah. Let's see. You get embarrassed? No, LOL. Clip record ready? LOL. Let's see. Banned some people from their posts because they had music on their posts. Yeah. YouTube is still the best. Simplicity. YouTube. I like YouTube. It's all the copyright stuff. It's holy crap. First cough. It's all the copyright crap. It's like you go to a festival, you can't control the people around you. You walk by somebody's got their car stereo up. You go to some festival and there's live music, and it's like that was the thing that I've always hated about streaming with YouTube, is that even when you can verify, I am in public. I can't control public. I'm IRL. I shouldn't be getting penalized for things that are outside of my control. They would sit here and they would ding you on everything. So unless you literally had a set, like if I was in my shop working on cars and that was my content and I could control the environment, just walking around, going to car shows and rallies and whatever I think would be interesting to do, you always get dinged. The go-kart guy, hello. So that was really the thing. It was just kind of that was kind of the thing that always kind of soured me on the oddly enough, good vibes. TPC, I really wasn't the ladies' man. I mean, maybe I got the attention online, but I was so busy, I never really got the attention in person. I mean, I never got to really experience the Convoy as a protest and doing that aspect of it, and the getting to know the people and hanging out at the bonfires and and experiencing that experience that everybody else was doing, because I ended up taking on the task of find a need, fix a need, while people were out protesting, things needed to be happening back at the base camp. Somebody needed to organize it and do it, the security was just a joke. I mean, they were hired to only watch the leaders, and I can't tell you how many times I found them just sleeping on the job at night. And I mean, there was nobody up doing security at night. I was the nighttime security. Me and my big truck driving around, spotlighting the trees and watching for people walking out of the woods. I was your security in TPC at night. And then I slept while people were going and doing the laps. And then once they got back, then I had to fix the stuff that got broke because somebody was keeping it tight and sexy and ran into somebody else, or something just failed, or there was something always going wrong or whatever. So, and then I'd be up all night again. So, and then we went on the convoy all the way back to California. And then it was, I didn't really run with the convoy. I ran 30 minutes behind because, I needed to be at the back of the convoy, and there was just no point in sitting on the bumpers and riding my brakes. And, so I did not experience the convoy the way people in the convoy experienced the convoy. I didn't get people knew who I was. I knew who they were if they were like major players of the convoy. But I didn't, I didn't really socialize. I mean, Taco Joe, hanging out with him. We went to a restaurant once or twice without the live. I mean, towards the end, I got kind of close with Marcus and whatnot. So, we ended up spending a little time towards the end. At that point in time, it was just I was never looking for leadership, but I just kind of had become important, I guess, or something, because I don't know, whatever reason, I had started getting brought into the inner circle more and more, and it was what it was. So I ended up hanging out with more and more of the leadership as it progressed, and I knew more about things that were going on behind the scenes and whatever. Yeah, I mean, I just did my job. Yeah, Wizzy. Yeah, I mean, good for him. He found this woman and he's happy and he's living in. I always call it Hagerstown. I know it's Hagerstown or whatever. Everybody always jumps me about that. It's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Wizzy's an interesting guy. I don't know what went wrong between me and him. I don't know if I did something that disappointed him, or because when the left tried to come after me, even though I never really got attacked that badly, because as much as the people from the left didn't like the movement, they understood that my goal was to help people, so so they never really came after me too hard, because of the fact that they could see that I wasn't really protesting. I really wasn't going against what they were doing. I was just trying to help people that were getting stranded on the side of the road. So they didn't really come after me too hard, but there was that time that they did kind of come after me a little bit, and tensions got a little strong, and it just, yeah, I don't know. I wandered. I was going somewhere with this, and somehow I unfortunately I lost my train of thought. We were talking about Wizzy. Yeah. So Wizzy, when this stuff started coming on, what had happened? Okay. I'm pretty sure this has all been covered before. It's all known. Patriot Mechanic. Real piece of shit. Piece of shit person. His wife, piece of shit person. They were there for all the wrong reasons. They were remember earlier when I said that usually the people that stand up and raise their hand and go, I want this, I want to do this, I can do this, whatever, are usually the people you don't want touching it or doing it. I took every opportunity in the convoy to be in the back seat. Initially, when I joined up with the convoy and I saw the condition of the convoy at the place I joined up, I had made the mistake that I'd gotten there early, and one of the guys selling t-shirts had broken his tongue jack on his trailer, and I was there like 4 or 5 hours before the convoy was going to show up. And, we were at that farm repair place or whatever, but, they all work with standard tools because most farming equipment's standard, and it was all in like the back shop on the other side of the freaking property. And I'm just standing there because I brought all my tools to fix my stuff, so that if I broke down, I wasn't going to be stranded on the side of the road. I sat here and I jumped in and I helped them, and that was my downfall right there. Was the instant that people started rolling in, they all went to that vendor because he was the vendor that had the best location closest to everything that everybody was doing. So everybody hit that vendor, and I was parked literally next to the vendor. And everybody was like, oh yeah, this happened. My brakes are squealing. This, I got this electrical problem. My battery keeps dying, whatever it was, multiple things, everybody just all of a sudden was knocking on my camper door. And, I literally, we were at that place for like 4 days. I think it was like 3 or 4 days. And, and because of the fact that I was at the location before the convoy, the bus that the leaders were taking was taking a different route than the convoy. They always did that. Every time. They would take a faster route, and they would be at the location hours, 2, 3, 4 hours before the first car of the convoy was showing up, because the bus with the leaders was gone. They just, boom, they're gone. And so I ended up getting to know the leadership. And, we were just talking, and I just straight out told him, I don't know if I'm staying. I told him day one when I met him, because I knew there was TPC, and then there was the other convoy coming out of California that was supposed to be following like a day or two behind, and they were going to be coming the same route or whatever. And I was debating whether or not to go with whichever one. And, I told them straight out, and I don't know if they like my honesty or whatever the situation was. And so I ended up knowing the leadership and a very major player, which doesn't get enough credit in the convoy. But I think that's what he preferred. Didn't want to be known in the convoy. But I told him that all the stuff that was popping up, that these people were coming in, and I'm like, dude, you guys, if you guys want to have this succeed, and you're not having people just left on the side of the road, you got to see if there's people that are willing to help these people out, because, you got this guy that's running on like 4 cylinders and it's a 6-cylinder engine. You got this guy that's got some weird electrical issue that his car's just cutting off for no reason. Just stupid shit. It was just, whatever. It's just, unfortunately, there was a lot of people that didn't understand the mechanical stresses of taking a car that far. And the reason that I went into this story was to explain, because I told you guys that, what was his name? GWT or GWT 333. You guys remember who he was? When I told the leadership that they needed to find mechanics, they, at the meeting that they had at the thing, they got up on stage and said, hey, we're looking for volunteer mechanics. Tom, that's his name, Tom. He jumped up. No, not Grey Wolf. No, this was Tom with the green truck. His wife was deaf. Yeah. Tom, GWT 333 or whatever it was. He ended up streaming. He jumped up and said, I was military logistics. And I'm like, great. I did not sign up to be leader of a mechanic convoy, whatever. This guy's more than happy to do it. I'm like, I just made people aware it needed to be done. I did not want to be the mechanic of the convoy. I had no aspirations. And yeah, Tom didn't do the greatest job. And I'll say it honestly, it came down to he was trying to be security. He had way too many hats on. And the fact that he was in a semi, which the semis ran in the front of the pack. He was never in the right location to be able to do anything but like dispatch other mechanics. So he wasn't the right guy to do the job because of the circumstances. Whether or not he would have been good to do the job in a normal environment, working in a shop, whatever. In the convoy environment with the hectic, whatever it is, and, having to track down parts and all the crazy stuff that you guys saw me do, dispatch people, whatever, that was just not his forte. He was wearing too many hats. It didn't work out. And I just kept doing what I was doing. Tom kind of did his thing and went off. And next thing I knew, everybody had left and I was the only mechanic left. So you guys got the number one mechanic, woo, because everybody left. So I was number one there. And then, I put the call out for more mechanics, and that's when we got the Patriot Mechanic. Oh, God, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth every time I say his name. There's a video that was going around where he specifically made it clear he was not a mechanic. He was not a mechanic. Not a mechanic. I cannot believe there are people in this world that can BS the best. They talk the talk. It sounds so good. You believe that they know what they're talking about. You truly believe it. And they're just a great bullshit artist. And until you actually see them work and understand that they don't know what they're doing, and how dangerous it is. And the thing that upsets me the most about him was that he was able to BS the leadership of the convoy and get them to kind of turn on me until they figured out he doesn't know what the hell he was doing. And they actually thought he knew more than me and knew how to be a mechanic and knew how to do this stuff. And I am truly surprised he did not kill somebody. I mean, I'm really surprised he didn't end up killing somebody. So yeah, my situation was, the best people, that I think for any position in those type of situations is the people that get the power, that didn't want the power, that get the power thrusted upon them, and just, it is what it is. So that's what that whole story was about. And Patriot Mechanic, we were talking about him because he came into the convoy. I never was a person panhandling for donations. I actually got talked into it by one of the streamers, blanking on his name right now, the video game guy, the younger guy with the white truck with the painted stars on it. He saw me working in the back because I wasn't with the truckers. I was in the back with the cars, and he'd stream all night long and all day long. And he saw me doing security. He saw me doing all that work. And he's the one that got me into, he's like, dude, there's guys that are going to want to help. Cause he knew I was coming out of pocket on some of these repairs, because there are people just needed brake pads, $20 brake pads. It's like, whatever. I'm not going to worry about $20. Let's get you going. I understand you're on a fixed income. So that's how that all ended up coming to be. The whole donation thing and whatever. And Patriot Mechanic was jealous. He wanted that money. He wanted the respect that I had earned from the viewers, you guys. He was chasing clout, and he thought that I was raking in money. I never raked in close to what he raked in. I mean, really the only time I ever had gotten any donations were the couple of times that Taco Joe had gone on his stream and talked to his viewers, and Saturn told these people, hey, help this guy out. And then I'd get a dump of, maybe $1,000 or something over the entire convoy. There really wasn't, like I said, there wasn't very much. So I always had to stretch what I had. And then when I ended up getting more mechanics, then I had to buy supplies for them. I had to buy radiator stop leak, because there was just stuff that we needed to be able to fix them enough to get them to the next exit, to get them off the road, to get them to the next place so we could actually do a repair, fix a flat for the tires, plug patch kits. When I've got 5 mechanics out there and I'm buying all these chemicals and stuff, that stuff starts going away pretty quick. So the reason that the story went into this was that Patriot Mechanic was causing trouble for me, because he was clout chasing and he wanted to become me and wanted to take over. And that's when the convoy kind of turned to shit for me there. And I don't remember exactly why. I kind of forgot why we were on Patriot Mechanic, but he was just a piece of shit. But so he did all that stuff, that backhanded crap and all that shit. And then it wasn't until we got to that racetrack, the drag strip. It was the drag strip. Freedom Ford had blown up his truck, had oil everywhere. I'm not a 7.3 mechanic. I work on either semis or I had a Dodge. I'm not a Ford IDI 7.3 motor guy. I know nothing about it. And it's actually it wasn't even a Ford that's an international motor. Based on the same design, whatever. I knew nothing about it. Couldn't help it. Out of my wheelhouse. Patriot Mechanic swore up and down that he knew he was the top dog, knew everything about diesels, was the guy. And so I'm like, okay, well, go help him. Cool, whatever. They had a conversation. He was supposed to help him. Freedom Ford got pissed off at me because I guess everybody just abandoned him, and he felt like he was pissed. And that was all the tension between me and Freedom Ford. And it's like, dude, I thought you were handled. Nobody came to me and told me that he just left you and that you're just whatever. And he just abandoned him. So it's like he taught, as soon as it came time to walk the walk, he wasn't able to back it up. But what really showed me that Patriot, these were the things, and this is verifiable. There's nobody. There was that guy from the biker club, the monkey guy. You know, their mechanic that was out there doing that stuff. He can back up everything that I have to say about this guy, because he ended up following behind Patriot Mechanic and figured out that this guy knew nothing. He changed the spark plugs on we were just talking about X-Ray's truck. Now, I didn't remember. I remembered that Ford of that era had a situation where they had these funky spark plugs. And again, I'm not a Ford guy, you know. And at the time, I don't know or think that they had the tool that made it so once you broke these spark plugs in the engine, you could still extract them. It was a situation where at that point in time, I believe you broke the spark plug, you're taking the head off. And I wasn't willing to risk that motor, and I didn't have the time to figure out what the heck was going on with that truck. X-Ray wanted his spark plugs changed, and it was running, it was driving. I don't even think it had misfire codes. I think he just wanted them done at the time. And at this time, X-Ray was streaming, so he had viewers, he had people donating money, he had stuff like that. And he was not my priority. My priority was the people that were on fixed incomes, and when their shit broke, they didn't have the money to fix it. They were screwed. He potentially had other people that could help him. And, Patriot Mechanic helped him. This motor had coil packs. Your typical motor, your old motor, used to have a distributor cap and a spark plug wire that went to the spark plug. On GMs, they'll have coil packs, and then they'll have a spark plug wire that goes from the spark plug to the coil pack. On this Ford, I believe it was a all-in-one coil pack that bolted over the top of the spark plug. And to take it off, you had to disconnect the electrical connection, which was two wires that powered and told the coil pack when to fire. And on any older vehicle, you've got these little plastic connectors that you've got to push to unlock them, to pull them off. Every connector on all 8 cylinders, he broke the plastic connector that held them onto the coil pack. Okay? It happens. Could have happened to me. That doesn't make him a bad mechanic. It happens. So he successfully gets the spark plugs out. I don't know. Maybe that's not the year. I was going off hey, I need to research this. Give me some time to figure out if your vehicle is the one with the bad spark plugs, if I even want to touch this. I was just letting him know that there was a possibility that this is not a truck you want to change the spark plugs, because if it breaks, we're not going to be able to fix this on the road situation. That just take it to a shop, because they can deal with it, or they have a specialty tool that I think they did have a specialty tool at the time, but it was extremely expensive at the time. And so I was like, you just need to do that. And so he changes the spark plugs. He gets the coil packs on, and we end up going on one of the only things that I've ever really did with the Convoy. I had a day where like everything was kind of caught up, and I'm like, screw it. You know, one of the people didn't want to drive their car, but they wanted to go, and they wanted to just kind of be a passenger princess. And I didn't really want to disconnect my dually and have to take my camper and the whole 9 yards. So I drove their car, and, you know, I helped out on gas, you know, whatever, because those things weren't covered under the Convoy. So I paid for the gas because I'm like, I want to experience this. And we get to this parking lot. I didn't know we were just going to some parking lot down in California. It would have been whatever, or wherever the heck we ended up going. I thought we were going to some lake or whatever. I'm like, oh, this will be fun. It'll be great not to be in a parking lot all the time, because I was literally going from parking lot to parking lot to parking lot the entire convoy. So, you know, X-Ray gets a hold of me on the radio, and he's like, yeah, I got a flashing check engine light. The truck has no power. It's all whatever. And I guess he thought that Patriot Mechanic wasn't with us, Dennis, whatever. And because he wasn't picking up on the radio or whatever, but I guess he was there. And all of a sudden, you know, I got the hood up, and, you know, Patriot Mechanic's got his live going. And I'm like, I wasn't even on live. I wasn't worried about streaming. I was just doing my thing. And I discovered that he never did anything about fixing those connectors. He just pushed them on. That right there was the first sign that he was not a mechanic, because anybody that knew anything knew that some electrical connector with a rubber isolator that you're just pushing on to plastic on an engine that's vibrating isn't just going to magically stay there. But he just pushed every connector on and just sent them down the road with a hope and a dream that it's going to be fine. I changed your spark plugs. It's all good, you know? So, you know, I put my scanner on there, and yeah, misfire codes on like every flipping cylinder. Like half the engine doesn't have half the cylinders aren't even firing. It was crazy. It was just like, what the hell's going on here? So I'm like, okay, well, you know, we got a couple options here. We can either cut off all the connectors, and I hate doing that. Or we could have depinned the connectors and put new plastics on, but we're in the middle of a parking lot, and it's like, it wasn't optimal to do that repair. So really the easiest fix is you can take a zip tie, and there's a way you can jury a zip tie on one of two ways. You can either wrap it through between the two wires and on the back of the connector, and then around the coil pack, and basically cinch it in there so it can't pop out. Or there's a way that you can take the end that you normally would put the zip tie through, you can stick it in the connector, and when you push it on, it'll catch the little latch. Well, I showed Patriot Mechanic, because he had showed up, his wife's streaming. I don't know if their streams are there anymore, but I showed him, you know, hey, this is what's going on. So I'm making him look like a complete idiot on his own stream. It's hilarious. So I'm doing the passenger side of the motor because that's the side I'm on. And Patriot Mechanic's doing the driver's side of the motor. And I showed him, okay, well, yeah, just zip tie him like this. He'll be fine. So I do the passenger side. How can you screw up when somebody showed you how to fix it? You know, how can you screw that up? Well, we get back to the racetrack, the drag strip, and I go over by X-ray, and I'm just kind of like, you know, I'm like, hey, how'd the truck run? He's like, oh yeah, it's still getting flash and check engine light. It was better, but you know, something's still wrong. So I put the scanner on, and I'm like, yeah, you got like weird misfires, but it was all on the driver's side of the motor. So pop the hood, and Dennis did one. He did the first one, but then he never cinched it up tight enough that he had any tension on it. And he didn't do it the way I showed him how to. So the zip tie just kind of like flopped over, and the connector just slid up. And the other three he never did anything with. He just pushed them back on and sent it down the way. It's like, dude, you had the opportunity to do it right on your live, and you didn't do it right because it would have taken you all of what I spent 10 minutes, 20 minutes maybe fixing my side. So I did his side, and then there was no more check engine light. You know, it was fine. The truck was fine. It had no more check engine light. It ran fine. So then the situation came up that supposedly X-Ray's rear end blew up. Which was diagnosed by Patriot Mechanic. I don't fucking know I don't know if the rear end blew up. All I know is I got X-Ray and frickin' Patriot Mechanic standing at my door trying to get me to give donations that came to me that were for people that weren't streamers to keep them going. And he wants, like, it was a lot. I mean, they wanted a whole new rear end. I mean, they wanted, like, I think it was like $2,000. I mean, it was going to literally wipe me out. That's what it was. And I have no verification. And I've already figured out that at this time, Dennis is a fucking idiot. Doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, you know? So I'm like, you know, fuck that. I'm just not doing this. I'm not doing it. So whatever, you know, he's a streamer. They bashed me on their channels, you know, oh, he's hoarding money, whatever. That was the reason. That was the reason I didn't do it. Okay. Is there was no mechanic that diagnosed he needed a rear end, you know. It was Patriot Mechanic, which doesn't know shit. Which you're going to fully understand as the story progresses why he didn't know shit. And it comes out even clearer that he didn't have a fucking clue what he was doing. Should have never been touching the vehicle. So they get a rear end. I don't know where. Donations. Somebody buys them a rear end. They got a rear end. Dennis puts it in. Okay. They break a brake bleeder on the factory caliper that was originally on the truck. So at the time, X-Ray had the proper left and right caliper on the left and right wheel of the truck in the rear. They were disc. And the axle came with a spare driver's side caliper, but did not come with a passenger caliper. And it was the passenger caliper that they broke the bleeder on. Now, Troy, if he's still in here, will be able to tell you, or anybody that's a mechanic, that a lot of calipers left to right are the exact same caliper. The only difference is where they drill the hole for the bleeder to bleed the air. Okay? So on a right side caliper, the bleeder is going to be on one side of the caliper, and on the passenger side, it's going to be on the other. Okay? So they broke that bleeder off the passenger side. This is when I fully 100% completely knew, all bullshit out the window, all everything. This guy's a fucking idiot. He's going to kill somebody, whatever. Him and X-Ray tried they took that caliper, that spare caliper they had, with a bleeder they could open, and they tried bleeding it from the brake line, which you really can't do because the air doesn't get trapped at the air line. And they spent an entire day driving that truck around, pump bleeding and screwing around and doing all this stupid shit, trying to get the brakes to work on that truck. They took it over to Jason. That was his name. Jason from the Monkey, whatever. He was the garage guy for the biker guys. Okay. Jason. They took it over to him, and Jason plugs in his scan tool because they convinced him that it must be air trapped in the ABS system and that they need to do a brake procedure done with a scan tool. Okay. And so Jason's over there, and I'm like, I have been watching this shit show all day long. I'm laughing my ass off because I, as a mechanic, could have fixed that problem in 3 seconds. It's so simple. So simple. It's ridiculously simple to fix the stupidity that these guys were doing all day long. But I wanted to save Jason, some headaches. I really just wanted to be a nice guy because Jason was a good guy. He was supposed to be part of the mechanic crew. I tried to assign him to a job. He wasn't really all about that. He kind of was just doing his own thing. He didn't want to take orders or whatever from me. Fine, great guy still, very knowledgeable. I mean, I could go to him anytime and ask for a second opinion, because there were just things that, I was pretty confident that this is what was wrong, but I knew money was involved and money was tight, and I just didn't want to waste money on chasing the wrong thing. So he was definitely a great guy, whatever, whatever faults, whatever, he was a great guy in that aspect. So I sat there and I rolled up to him and I'm like, dude, you realize they put a driver's side caliper on the passenger side of the axle and that the bleeder's facing down and these dipshits are fucking trying to bleed a brake caliper with the bleeder screw on the bottom of the caliper. Yeah, Jason pulled the wheel, physically just flipped the caliper over so that the bleeder was pointing up, put it on the rotor temporarily, not secured, but just so that the bleeder's facing the right way. They pump bled it with the bleeder facing the correct way. And as soon as the system's sealed and you've gotten the air out, at that point, it doesn't matter which way the bleeder is. It's just during the process of getting the air out, flip the caliper back over. Now the bleeder's pointing down, but it's closed, and the brakes work perfectly. took these idiots all day. All day. And this is break 101. I mean, that was Patriot Mechanic. Like I said, I'm surprised somebody didn't die. I was really surprised somebody didn't die. And that is why when I knew this information about him and I understood how much of a bullshit artist he actually was and how dangerous it was that he was convincing people that he had a fucking clue what he was doing and potentially could have been working on something that could have killed somebody, that's where I got pissed. And that's where the video came out when I found out he was the head mechanic of the Convoy while I was out fixing the ambulance, left behind by the Convoy. And here he's getting an award and getting a knife, about being one of the important people of the Convoy. And here he is. He's bullshitted his way through the whole situation. And we're lucky somebody didn't die. Yeah, that's Patriot Mechanic. But all of that story went back to what got us on this tangent in the first place is during that whole debacle where Patriot Mechanic was trying to ruin me and chase clout and take my place and all that, Wizzy came to me because we were originally talking about Wizzy. Wizzy came to me and he was extremely supportive and told me not to lash out and not to retaliate, and that the people that mattered knew that it was all lies and it just wasn't anything that I need to worry about, So he was, in a way, I don't know how much experience Wizzy had in streaming, and I knew he came from like the film industry, whatever, and he did some stuff in California at that point in time and whatever. But I mean, I was streaming. He kind of came over. He was mentoring me. And we had, at that point in time, I thought we had a really good relationship. I really respected that he did that. But I don't know what happened. Something I either did or I said or whatever just rubbed him the wrong way, or I don't know what Wizzy's deal was. It seemed like if something distracted his attention or his viewers' attention, or he wanted to have his channel a certain way, kind of certain stuff, and if things were affecting his channel in a way that he didn't like, that was a problem, and he would cut ties, and he would, and that's what it was. And I think I did something because I was out here just having fun. It was entertainment to stream to you guys and hang out with you and talk. And that's all it ever was for me. It was never a business. It was never, I'm going to become a YouTuber and I'm going to make millions of dollars and I'm going to retire and I'm going to be the next Whistling Diesel. I mean, that was never, it was never my thing. And I just, I don't know. I don't know what the hell, I don't know what the hell the situation was. It just, he just got real cold towards me, and I mean, every once in a while I've seen him online and I've said hi to him here and there and we've talked and, but he doesn't really like acknowledge me. We don't have that, we were in the Convoy, we went through shit together type relationship. So I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened. It is what it is. So, yeah. So, okay. So we just wrapped up that whole thing. I don't know. We went down TPS or TPC lane. I don't know how it always happens. It always goes whatever. You guys pretty much know where I'm at, what my life is, what's going on. I don't know. I mean, am I a happy person these days? I don't know. I'm very melancholy. I'll be honest with you guys. I mean, there was a point in my time, in my life where I'll tell you, I really was sitting at a lot of situations where I sat and I just kind of said to myself, why am I still here? Why am I still going through life and all of this stuff? And, it's something I still struggle with today. It's like, I'll tell you honestly, other than my job, I just kind of wonder, as I get older, my body starts failing me, every obstacle I try to put a garage in my backyard turns into a flipping nightmare. I got the city sitting here and trying to find me for a crack in my foundation this big. I try to buy property, anytime I try to do anything to make my life better, it turns into a shit show. And it literally is like, as long as I stay stagnant, life's okay. But it's like, why? It's like, geez, it's just, I don't know. It's just crazy. So yeah, like I said, I'm always very melancholy and I'm always just kind of wondering, like, why, what do I have to look forward to? It's crazy. So that's also my mindset, just so you guys know, it is what it is. It's just, it is what it is, me and Stan still cool. I mean, I don't think we ever were not cool. Like I said, we had dinner together, off camera, way past the convoy, almost like a year later. I think it's a lot of, he was running his circle, I was running my circle. We only really kind of connected towards the very end of the convoy. And I think we get along really well. And if he didn't live in Texas or wherever he's traveling and was up here more often, we probably would hang out more often. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I like him. I think he likes me, I mean, he spent the time to come here to, I think he spent the time to come back and spend time with me. So, I mean, he must see something in me, I don't know. It is what it is. I've thought about going on a where are they now tour. Like I said, I mean, my expenses are so low over the winter months, because my house is paid for. I've got heat to keep the pipes from freezing, electric, water, other than gas to go travel. I have no real reason, other than I'm dating somebody right now, to stay in Wisconsin over the winter. I could literally go anywhere. And it wouldn't be it might actually be kind of fun to go visit some people. I don't know. I got to justify the expense of the gas. That's the problem. When you start, depending on what vehicle you drive. If I drive my little car, gas is cheap. But then I have no place to sleep. And then I'm couch surfing from one TPC person to another. or one viewer to another, and that can be uncomfortable because you're invading somebody's space, and whatever. Um, but taking the dually with the camper, it gets 9 miles to the gallon. It gets real expensive to go from coast to coast when half of the TPC people are, New York, East Coast, Florida, and the other half are Texas, Arizona, California, Washington. I mean, but yeah, it'd be great to just go for a road trip, but I don't see you guys footing the bill. And I don't know if I can afford to foot the bill. So, yeah, I'm on a temporary reprieve from mudding, but I don't see that being permanent. I've been making this year has been a big year of getting shit done. Okay. I bought a property in a community that has the 3-car garage on. When I bought the property, knowing the problems I had in the community that I live in, I made very clear that I was going to be able to park stuff in the backyard and store toys like my mud trucks and stuff in the backyard of this property and other things, trailers, whatever. So when I unfortunately pissed off a neighbor, the neighbor must have slept with somebody on the board of the village or had blackmail material on them. And they came down on me like the hardest I could ever possibly imagine. And they literally wrote laws to fuck me. Like, they literally made laws that affected the entire community, but only chose to enforce them on me. So yeah, that's not good. My laptop, the screen just started flickering really weird, like the graphics card or like something's overheating on it. We're just going to turn that off right now. That's weird. I might have to dust that thing out. I haven't done streaming in a while, so it hasn't gotten any real use. So the situation ended up coming that I ended up having to force everything that I had in the backyard. I had to put license plates on mudding vehicles that'll never be on road because they made a law saying that everything on the property had to be registered. Thank God I had titles for everything. And then they made a law saying that you cannot park on grass anymore. And because the property was a non-conforming property that didn't have a house on it, I couldn't do anything to modify the property unless I was going to build a house first. So I couldn't put a pad of asphalt or gravel or anything to keep the stuff in my backyard. So everything I owned that was in the entire backyard, out of sight because I have trees blocking the entire backyard, now had to go into my very small driveway in the front of the property. And everything literally was tire to tire packed in that driveway. So things in the mudding industry, you're rough on stuff. None of my stuff is broken. It just needs repair. I have wheel seals that have failed, so that when I fill the axles up with oil, they seep and they make a mess. And over winter, I had drained the axles and drained the transfer case at the time, with the intention that I was going to rip it all apart and replace the seals and refill the axles with new oil, and I'd be good. And I just have not had the physical space up until this year now to actually be able to work on anything in that driveway. So they sat. Luckily, my boss bought a property that I can take some of my stuff out to. So in the temporary, I've been taking stuff out there. Even if I can't build a garage here, which ultimately is my goal, I will be able to asphalt that backyard. So some of the stuff that is out at my other property will be able to come behind this house. So I'm getting places to put things. So therefore I can then start working on these projects. And yeah, I would love to be able to get on the mud truck. It's wheel seals. It's big, it's big old tires that got to come off. It's axle disassembly, but it's a couple of rubber wheel seals and some 80-90 gear lube. It's not, things not broken. It's just whatever. I've got a trailer. I've got all the stuff. There's guys that are, there's guys that are doing that stuff. Don't be a stranger. Hope to see you back soon. Getting the church ready for service. All right, Tim, take care. Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock. So yeah, I mean, this year I've got a quarter of the driveway cleared out already. I'm working on clearing it out some more. A lot of stuff had to go into the garage. I've got to get the stuff out of the driveway. I've got to get the garage cleared out, throw away what's going to get thrown away. I got stuck with a couple of alignment machines that one of my buddies that has a shop was going to buy when we were out at a place, and I picked it up. I put it in my property, and then he backed out and decided he didn't want it, so I got stuck with it. And it's like, I got to clean up the driveway enough that if I'm going to sell the alignment machine, I can get it out of the garage to give it to somebody, to get it the hell out of my driveway or out of my garage. So yeah, it's just right now it's just a rebuilding. I'm spending money to make room. Like, I extended the driveway last year. I'm dealing with a citation on that. I guess one of my neighbors called the building inspector. I was under the impression that because I had existing material underneath where I extended the driveway, and because I was getting the material for free, that in their building code, there was a minimum dollar amount that I needed a building permit. And I met that. Well, the building inspector disagrees. So I guess they were sending letters, and during that time I was going through some serious depression, so they could have sent me the letters, and I probably figured it was junk mail. Everything that I have set up. All my bills are direct out of my account. I get something from the electric company. I don't need to look at it. The bill's paid. I mean, it's just whatever. I throw in a pile, that's electric bill, whatever. So if I had gotten something from the city, I would have probably thought it was a water bill, whatever. I don't know. So they're upset because I didn't respond to whatever. So they wrote me a citation. I gotta deal with that. I had to go and get a building permit for work I already did, and I had to pay 3 times the cost, which would have been $50, which ended up being $200 and some dollars for this building permit. Whatever. So supposedly it's supposed to, I'm supposed to show them the building permit, and it should all go away. Everything's going to be fine. Whatever. Although it's funny when I start filling in the entire backyard with gravel, like I've got 3 very large piles of gravel and millings. There's probably 50. It's probably 72 ton of material in the backyard in that photo that was on the thing. Yeah, they didn't decide to send me a letter. They decided to actually show up with the cops. They showed up with the police and rang my doorbell while I'm at work up in Green Bay at the time. And I'm having this conversation with the building inspector. And I'm like, what? And technically this, I don't need a building permit for, because I'm leveling the ground. I'm not laying asphalt or making a driveway or whatever. I'm leveling the ground. So the fact that they even showed up was just, they figured I was just going to asphalt it all and just be without a building permit, which whatever. I don't know. But yeah, they were good enough to come out and harass me when they thought I was just going to bulldoze the whole backyard, which I can do. I can legally do. Just I have to build retaining walls and whatever. But the existing driveway, which is nothing, I got a citation for. I hate cities. Cities are run by the people that shouldn't be running anything. Every city. It's always the people that shouldn't be, that are the power hungry, don't know what the hell they're doing, have no concept of how to run a city people. I swear. It literally is always the wrong people doing it. They screw it up. They screw the world up. Nobody wants to live in cities because these municipalities get so stupid and do such stupid rules, and it just turns to a shit show. It's crazy. It's flipping crazy. All right, so we got 34 people rocking and rolling. I don't know. I mean, sound off. Who's all still actually awake versus people that fell asleep that are just being nice and keeping the watch hours up for me. Who's actually all here? Oh, I don't even know who the governor is. Evans or something. I don't know. He's a Democrat. Oh yeah, my mayor is a Democrat too. But let's see. Stand still, cool. Keeping it keeps there. Big flag keeps Hong Kong freedom. I think Sasnak has issues with his relationship when there talks about personal stuff. Many thought he was Master Grifter. No, Master Grifter is Hippie Mama's ex. fire truck guy. That's master drifter. So I don't know. Beautiful American, California, Eric, mudding. If you come to Maryland, Howard County, you're welcome here. Yeah. Buy an old school bus and convert it. Yeah. I was kind of hoping, I'll tell you, with the ex-wife, we had a 15-passenger van. 2011, picked it up with 2,000 original miles. It was leased out to the Air Force. Air Force never used it. Got the van for 10 grand below what a new base model van would have been, with it being a year old. And I got him to put a hitch on it and electric brake controller. Your boy can sit here and talk the wheels off of any car salesman. I will play the game. I will pit them against other dealerships. I will go in on the last day of the month when I know that, they are hungry for that because they've got some type of car sale requirement that if they don't hit that number and they're like one away from it, they'll get a big check. So they'll literally cut their leg off. All right. So I got a screaming good deal on this van. And initially, because our family was a family of 7, we had to go with a tow behind style RV. And so there was no dually option unless I would have paid to get one of those converted 6-door dualies or pickup trucks. So the Chevy 3500 van with the 6-liter LS motor is a beast. It's got the right wheelbase. Ford tends to push their rear axle forward so that you have more overhang, and Dodge was the same way. I don't remember if Dodge had a full-size van at that time, but they also did the same thing where they would have more overhang over their back axle, so their towing capacity was reduced. So really, Chevy was kind of the only option. And I went with a 15-passenger van because you could take out the back 2 seats and have that extra room for storage and still have seating for 12. So it was a great vehicle. We only ever used it as a tow pick. So it was just a very cheap vehicle. We got it cheap. I think we paid 20 some grand in like 2012 for a 2,200 and some mile. If it was that, maybe I think it was 1,000. Honestly, I think it was like 1,200 and something. Really, it was that low. I really do believe that vehicle was like 1,250 some miles on it. So we never used it for anything but a tow pig because it was too big to really take the family in. We had minivans, which fit, everybody. So it really kind of sat, and, the paint's falling off of it, because GM paint sucks. We lost the air conditioning, but it wasn't a priority because we weren't driving it. Tires went bad because they're, from sitting so much. So it needs tires, needs brakes, needs suspension, just from sitting, just from the whatever. But the motor's only got 24,000 miles on it. It's 2011. And I really, the ex-wife, bless her heart. We're going to go Southern on this one. She wanted it. I don't know what she's going to do with it. She's never had any real interest in doing anything with it prior to when we had it. Never wanted to stick money into it. Just whatever. And I wasn't going to stick money into it while it was still up in the air on who was getting it. You know, I'm not going to fix this thing and then not get it. So I wanted it, but I didn't need it. So I actually just returned it to her today. Well, technically it's after midnight, so yesterday. I cleaned it all up, you know, because it was up in the air. Technically, I was going to give her money for it. I was going to keep it. And that would have been the vehicle that I probably would have done a van life conversion to. It was a 15-passenger, van with windows, but that's not the end of the world. You can paint the inside of the windows. People can't see in. It would have been nice if it was a high top, but it wasn't. And because it has passenger airbags in the ceiling, you can't just simply chop it off and without a nightmare of codes and wiring and rewiring and, reprogramming the system to think it's a cargo van. And Saznak had went through that when he did that with one of those Sprinter vans. And I could have done it, whatever. But yeah, so I was going to do a van life thing, and that would have been that intermediate vehicle. It's like the little car's great, gets great gas mileage. If I got a place to go sleep, it gets 30 some to 40, depending on where and wind. And I'll tell you, that little car, the little Mitsubishi Mirage, if a squirrel farts, you get 50 miles to the gallon, but it depends on which direction the squirrel farted. I mean, wind direction, road conditions, as in how the heck they made the road. If they did like chip seal, where they tar it and put rocks over the top, which makes it a rougher road. Gas mileage, concrete, smooth asphalt, good. So it's very hit or miss. You can't sit here and say, oh yeah, my car gets 45 miles to the gallon. It does. It just really depends on wind direction, and do you got a tailwind, and are you going 55 or are you doing 70? Whatever. So I say on average it gets 35 miles to the gallon. Sorry. So it would have been a good in between. The dually is a great vehicle with the camper if you're gonna be going, like if I was going to go to Arizona and spend the winter out with the nomads, with Saznak and all the people out there. You pay the one lump sum fee for the gas, and you drop the camper off, you maybe tote around a little bit, without the camper on there. And, it'd be great. It's great. It's great for that. Going down to like Mona's thing and just going there for the weekend. I mean, by the time you factor in the price of the gas to drive down there and drive back, yeah, you almost are at that point where it's like, just get a hotel room. It's like, why? So yeah. So it would have been a nice intermediate vehicle. It would have been, something that I could have, I've always been, Saznak and other people on the Convoy and, the people I've run into that were doing the whole van life thing, it interests me. I am not the person that I'm going to sit here and just, be a full-time nomad. I don't see it. Maybe when I retire, I like my materialistic things. I like everything's paid off. It barely cost me anything to have all this. Why would I get rid of it if it's not costing me anything? Screw it, But on the other fact of it's not costing me anything, hey, let me set up a van and be like, screw it over the winter. I'm not doing anything. Let me just go to California, at the van, which gets 18 miles to the gallon or whatever, 15 to 18 miles a gallon, is a lot more economical to drive. And it was technically mine. Or if I had to pay her for it with all the stuff it needed based on what a shop was going to charge, I was going to get it reasonably, $4,000. $4,000 roughly, maybe $5,000 for a 2012 that has 24,000 miles with a 6-liter V8 LS motor and the heavy duty transmission that goes behind a 6-liter motor on a 1-ton chassis, and it's a 15-passenger van. I mean, all day long, that's the best flipping deal you're going to get on a vehicle like that. It'd be perfect. It would have been perfect to go on this road trip. I would have just had to stick a little bit of money into fixing the bullshit stuff that just because it sat wasn't getting done. And, fundraiser, I get you. What do we peak out today? Like maybe 40 people watching. I mean, I don't have the viewership. Once I was out of the Convoy and that Convoy viewership dropped, and it was just me doing whatever I was doing, boring shit, I guess. It's always ever just kind of been, 30, 40, maybe 50 people that come in and say hi. Or 50 people that are watching. I'm not that guy that wants to beg for money. I mean, Taco Joe and Oreo, I got more respect for Taco Joe. We'll just leave it at that. I mean, they are giving you a product. When they do a fundraiser, they're taking you on some adventure, but they're doing it all the time. They're taking you on this adventure that they're going to take you to this rally, or, if you want me to go to this rally, you're going to have to pay for this, whatever. And when you split it between the thousands of viewers that they have, each viewer throws in $1, $5, it's not a big deal. It is what it is. At the viewership that I'm at, I mean, I take the dually to go to Washington, D.C., Florida, Texas, California, Washington, to hit all these people. And, you're going to be talking about thousands of dollars. You're not talking nickel and dime. You're not talking about nickel and dime money. You're talking about thousands of dollars just in fuel, just in the fuel, just to go to those places. Granted, I can be in the camper. I can sleep in the camper. I can stop at a truck stop at Walmart. I can visit with people, and I don't have to interfere with their life. I mean, I don't have to stay at their house. I can visit with them for a day, a couple hours, 2 days, whatever, which may, in that case, actually open up more opportunities to people wanting to spend time and be like, hey, let's hang out with Mechanic Eric. He's in the area, when they don't have to put up room and board for you. I mean, not that everybody, I don't have a reputation of being an trustworthy person, but I mean, there's women that are going to be from the convoy. They're not going to want to have some guy that whatever, so they're going to be a lot more comfortable sitting here and saying, oh yeah, I could go spend, a couple hours, whatever, hang out, go to dinner, whatever, and, stuff like that without having the, well, if I'm coming to spend time with you, you got to put me up because I got no place to sleep because I'm couch surfing across the country, So it just, it just is what it is. So it's, yeah, I'd love to do it, but I have learned this is what I learned about trying to do fundraising. Nobody donated anything to return the trailer to Arizona. If somebody did, it was very small amounts. It didn't even come close to covering the fuel. The actual owner of the trailer had looked at my my Cash App and saw that nothing came. And he actually paid me money for returning his trailer. It was a couple hundred. I don't remember if it was two, three, whatever. It was, but it was something. I mean, I'm driving a dually that, gets horrible gas mileage. So, I mean, I was grateful, but yeah, nobody donated anything, it was just whatever. When Tracy's ambulance, when I went back to Washington, D.C. to collect her ambulance, I told everybody to donate to the daughter. The daughter told me that donations never came. That's what she told me. She told me that nothing really got donated. So she ended up footing the bill for the fuel. The only donations that actually ever came in really was when the trailer broke, when I had those tires fail on the way with the ambulance. People stepped up. I mean, I was just gonna put it on a credit card. That was my thought process. It's like, these tires are junk. I did not anticipate the ambulance. I was within the towing capabilities of that trailer, but my mudding equipment that I normally put on that trailer does not weigh the amount of weight that RV, it wasn't an ambulance anymore, once she had her stuff and on top of the ambulance being heavy already, I was very close to the maximum weight that trailer was rated for. And, under that stress with the tires, they didn't survive. And I just accepted that I was going to have to deal with that, So that was Polish Agnes. She came on my stream. She riled you guys up and Sarah, told you guys that I shouldn't have to be, come out of pocket for doing this stuff and, for helping her out and all that stuff and whatever. And that was the time you guys just came up and, sorry, I got a text message. So yeah, no, like I said, that was the only time that, and then even then I should have changed all 6 tires, but I didn't want to take charity from you guys. I only let you guys buy 4. I should have replaced the other 2. I didn't. Luckily I made it. They weren't as bad as the ones that blew, or were about to blow. So it just was, Fred, the adventures of Fred. Well, ambulance was also, you got to figure the ambulance was also not just the weight of the normal ambulance. You had everything that Tracy owned in the ambulance. So that was on top of it. The truck is rated to pull. That truck has a 30,000 pound towing package. And that is partially why it gets such bad gas mileage, is because at freeway speeds, she's turning high RPMs because she's geared to pull 30,000 pounds. So, yeah. Hence why it's a tow pig. But, yeah. So like I said, so the whole doing a what'd you say? It was said do a my brain's fried. Do a fundraiser or whatever. Yeah, fundraiser. It'd be great. Pipe dream. I mean, I'd love it. Hey, November 15th. It's not that far away. By November 15th, I am guaranteed to be off of work. You guys want to magically pull a fundraiser out of your ass and let me know? I mean, there's people that have my number that can physically call me. There's people that have my Facebook, the Mechanic Eric Facebook. All you do is search Mechanic Eric. I'm the only one. That can reach out to me on Messenger. You guys want to sit here and pull up some fundraiser? Fuck yeah, I'll go on it. I would love, I'd love to go on an all paid vacation, go visit all the people from the convoy and reminisce and shoot the shit and just be like whatever and hang out with some of my viewers and that'd be a blast, But like I said, you figure 9 miles to the gallon, start in Wisconsin, do a big circle, Washington, Florida, Texas, California, Washington State, back to Wisconsin. I mean, you figure that many miles and, price of fuel at $3.50 to $4 a gallon, depending on where the hell you are for diesel. Yeah, that's your math. That's literally, that'd be your math, is fuel. It's just fuel. That's what it is. It'd be the fuel. That's the only thing that'd keep me from doing it. So, and then yeah, I mean, I've still got the antenna booster for the cell thing. I could stream the whole freaking I could probably stream the whole freaking thing and have the stream going and see who wants to map it out, see who wants to visit, who wants to hang out, the whole 9 yards, and just, and go from there and just whatever. I wouldn't mind doing it, I probably couldn't do it all winter. It'd have to be a condensed version. I now have a girlfriend. She's not going to like this idea because she won't be able to come along, so, oh yeah. The only other thing is she's having back surgery too. So I couldn't probably do it right in November. She'd have to get back on her feet first. So maybe December or January I could do it, but still, it'd be sometime within the next couple of months. But yeah, if you guys can figure out the math and whatever, and you guys, I mean, you're on multiple channels, you guys know more people than I know, I mean, if you guys want me to go on a reunion tour of the Convoy and, I mean, hell, I'll even go and make fun of Patriot Mechanic at his house. I don't care. That'd be fucking hilarious, Would be a great to pick an area in the middle of the country to meet. Well, that's the thing. I don't think that people are ever going to join the Convoy, like join up and do that. I don't think that'll ever happen. The problem is a lot of the people that really stayed for the Convoy are all on the East Coast. Most of them. There's a few like me and Minnesota Mike from Minnesota, and some people that were from California and whatever. But the vast majority of the people are all on the East Coast. There's a few on the West Coast and in the middle areas. So I mean, yeah, it'd be great, but people have jobs. People, there's just if it's more than a half a day of driving, you can't put everybody in one spot and have it be a half a day of driving. I don't know, maybe a holiday where everybody doesn't have to work. But I think realistically, the only way it would work is if, like I said, if I took the initiative to go and make it as convenient for them as possible. And then, just figure out like, something to do with them. Like, I don't know, Minnesota Mike cuts down trees. So, hey, you get to watch Mechanic Eric and Minnesota Mike cut trees, do guy stuff. I mean, you guys, I think I have a video of me doing guy stuff. I remember a lot of the females really liked watching me cut down trees. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it is 12:35. 28 people. Don't know how many people are awake versus sleeping. But yeah, no, I should probably wind this down. But this was fun. I guarantee the girlfriend is not enjoying this. She'd rather be spending time with me. But I had to do research on the previous video. Even though I feel like I fumbled it a lot because I was overtired, now I'm actually kind of awake, overly awake. Um, so my mind was kind of gone because I hadn't slept. So hopefully that other video didn't come out too bad. I mean, I could feel I struggled through it. So it is what it is. But hopefully the sentiment and the information I was trying to get across came across, and I didn't sound like too much of an idiot. It is what it is. And then, hopefully this setup, this is like the first stream I've done on this entire computer, microphone, everything set up. This is not my normal streaming equipment. This is all new. So I also had to spend most of the day trying to make sure that this all was going to work. So I'm glad it appears that it worked. But yeah, we'll just have to see. Would have been nice if somebody would have came up. If somebody, from the Convoy or, whatever. It just would have been kind of, I would have had to put earbuds in, probably. I don't know if the echo cancellation would have worked well with me not wearing headphones and audio coming over the TV. But yeah, I mean, it was fun. It was fun. You did. Well, thank you, Heather. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just, it's a damn shame. And it's so stupid. Like I said, it just feels so stupid that he shouldn't have ever died. Not in such a stupid way. I mean, in such a preventable way. That should have been an obvious something that they caught. I cannot give them an excuse to sit here and justify screwing up that bad. The guy's on a roof, covered in white rocks. He's wearing all black. He's going to stand out to any type of camera that's looking at that roof from some elevation slightly higher than the roof. That he was a person that shouldn't have been there in a shooting position. 2 seconds with a drone before you get the guy to come out from the back. It's all it would have taken. Launch a drone, take a look at some rooftops, maybe look at a couple windows if the windows could have been opened. You would have been like, okay, hey, wait a minute, there's somebody here. Hey, Charlie, hey, why don't you hang out in the back for just a little bit? We got something, a little whatever. Crowd would have never been the wiser. Charlie's just delayed, whatever. They could have sent security up there, apprehended the guy, and this would have been a completely different story. It's just what it is. And the person that died was Charlie Kirk. He's a Republican celebrity, I guess. He would go to, if you don't know who he is, I'm just giving a quick summary. You can look him up for more details. But he would go and he would challenge the narrative at colleges against people that lean Democratic or as Democrats. So you would have these prove me wrong interviews where people would ask him questions or make statements and he would debate them. And that's what he did. And he was really good. He was really good at what he did. Do I agree with every tactic that he used to flip the debate on weak-minded people? I mean, it is very simple to manipulate a weak-minded person and get them flustered and, you know, basically route them the way you want and get the conversation the way you want. And he was very good at winning, you know, by all means possible. Do I think that's a fair way to debate on a topic, to completely shut people down in every? He was a finisher, you know, I'm right, you're wrong, I win. And I'm not saying all the time, but I mean, there were just a lot of cases where that rubbed people the wrong way, is the way he did it. Was he wrong? No. Was he, you know, a lot of the stuff, he's right. You know, he's backing it up with facts. He's, you know, it was the way he carried himself. It was the way he would just, people that are, I would say, autistic or hyper intelligent, they get very good. I do this myself. They understand what you're trying to say, because they comprehend and they're processing just everything you're saying as you're saying it instantly. And then they're predicting already kind of exactly how this conversation is going. So they get very, they'll cut you off because they already know where you're going. And very rarely are a lot of these people wrong. They usually know. And it's not, they're trying to be rude. It's the ADHD, you know, autism, whatever, that just kind of gets you into that thing. And it comes off rude to people that don't have that don't understand the brain process of how their brain works. And I do that sometimes because it's like, just give me the details. The filler, I don't need the filler. It's like, just condense, give me the data. I got it. I'm good. I don't need all the other stuff. I get the point, and it's just whatever. So what he was doing was listening to what questions were and saying the facts. Yeah, good vibes. I mean, no, there were a lot of those situations too. I'm just saying, I've seen other. I'm not condemning the guy and sitting here saying that every single interaction was a negative interaction like I described. I was describing the worst case scenario ones I've seen. Majority of them, the guy is great, or was great, and compassionate, and really, if somebody treated him with respect, he treated them with respect. I mean, I'm just saying that there were times where he would do that, or he would do things like that, or somebody would get upset with him, and he would just turn it up to 10 and crush them, or belittle them, in retaliation. And those were just things that soured some people. Maybe if he had, and I'm not saying this is justification for his death or anything. I mean, maybe if he would have just, kept it 100% level. But I mean, I get it. You can't be pushed around. You got to be you. You got to be true to yourself. I'm not, like I said, when I'm mentioning this, I'm talking about, this. I mean, he's this, so this doesn't really matter. This is just a critique. That's all it was. It was just a minuscule critique about a few things. I probably shouldn't have even mentioned it. It really doesn't matter. So, all right. Well, everybody sound off. I just want to know who's actually here. Before I say goodnight, so I can actually know who's still awake, and I can sit here and see that you guys are here, and I can actually be like, hey, good night. It was nice talking to you. And yeah, let's do a shout out of good night, and just let's just see who's all here before I shut this off. Just kind of curious. All right. So far, either we've got just lurkers, because not everybody comments. And unfortunately, the reason I keep looking over here is this is where you guys are on my screen, kind of, sort of, or this is where I can see myself. And my camera's right there. So I have to try to focus on looking at you guys. I've got kind of the chat next to it. So I've been trying, but when I'm like staring over here, I'm kind of, I don't know, watching myself, watching the stream, watching what's going on. Let's see. So we got Ann B. Good night, Ann B. Go Kart Guy. Good night, Go Kart Guy. Annie. Good night. Liardi. I am horrible. I butcher names all the time. L-E. A amplifies the E, so Lirada I'm sorry. Hey, thank you. Maybe give me a sound spelling of that. Good vibes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Go Kart Guy, Annie Schneider. You're right. A good adventure. Heather, don't be a stranger. Great to see you again. Thank you, Heather. Patricia, good night. Eric in the chat. Nightbot. Hey, what's up, Nightbot? Eric, I have always enjoyed your channel, brother. Thank you, Johnny Bravo. Appreciate it. Take care. I'm slow in the chats. That's fine. Melinda, Eric, thanks again for sharing with us. Don't be such a stranger. Wish more TPC streamers would join in the next time. Yeah, problem is, though, then we just keep, going back into TPC stories, and, it is what it is. It's like, at what point do you just sit and get tired of listening to TPC stories? I think tonight was kind of an interesting one, though, because the only reason I say that, and I'll just summarize it quick, is because this was just a solely my recollection of kind of like how my experience was with the Convoy, and it was just a straight out, this is what happened, this is what this was the drama with Patriot Mechanic, this is why he was dangerous to the Convoy, this is, and so I mean, I think, I was always trying not to bash other people, to a point, I mean, and there really isn't a lot of people that I had any reason to bash. He's really kind of the only one. So I mean, so it was a new experience for you guys. So it is what it is. And Heather, so glad you have a girlfriend. Well, thank you. Thank you. We'll just have to see what happens with that whole situation. I mean, training is still in progress. I mean, I'm getting to that age where, I'm getting old enough. I need to find the one, and I need to make sure that this is the person, because I'm not 18 years old anymore, and I don't have years to just kick around on the person that potentially could be the wrong one. So we definitely need to figure out if we're compatible, and if this is the person that if I'm the person that makes her happy, and she wants to spend the rest of her days with, or if she's the person that makes me happy and I want to spend the rest of my days with her, or if we're in a situation where we're just settling. So I mean, we're still at that phase where we're figuring it out. I mean, there's been a few hiccups, a few little rough times, and we're figuring out, and I guess we'll see where it goes. We'll see where we're at, so, and then she just heard that. So, I've never lied. I don't take my streams down. I speak from on my sleeve, so interpret that how you want. I think I was very clear with what I just said. I mean, I didn't say anything negative. It's the truth. We need to figure out if this is a good relationship for both of us. If you're my person, I'm your person, and if we see a future together, and, go from there. So, we're still in that, we're figuring it out phase. That's for me, I guess that's what it is. So whatever. Does my girlfriend have a sister? Haha. No. She's got brothers. She's got a crazy daughter. 20 something. Crazy. Dude. Loses her car at Walmart in the parking lot. Like, crazy. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see. This is great to clear the mind. Happened in the world. We need to talk more to each other. Yep. Butch, always remember to wrap your stump before you hump. Read the Roman numerals, youngin. Your hair and beard look great too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I look younger with the colored hair. I just, it's the, when you got gray hair, you get treated like you're old. I mean, not just by women, by men, by companies, by jobs, whatnot. And I just don't like being treated like I'm the old man, when mentally I'll go hang out with the 20-year-olds and, go mudding, and, I still have the brain of a 20-some-year-old in the fact that I want to go out and do fun stuff and whatnot. I just also have the wisdom to realize, hey, maybe I don't want to kill myself because I've done this stupid shit. So I've got the wisdom from the age, but I've still got the brain of the, I want to go do fun things. I want to go for a motorcycle ride. I want to, and I don't want to be treated like I'm the old man, and the gray hair, unfortunately, it dates you. It dates you. That's what it is. That happens at Walmart. My little gets hit into so many other vehicles. Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate you guys like the gray hair. I just, for right now, she appears to like it or wants it or whatever, or I don't know, doesn't want people think she's robbing the cradle. I don't know. Whatever the case is for her reasoning, I personally don't like it, but I do hate the upkeep. I need a haircut. It's way too long. I just, I hate the upkeep. But I do like the interactions with people. And I'm not just saying females, just people in general treat you different when you're younger, when you could pass for 40-ish, when they think that you could potentially be like in the 40s, and the gray hair automatically puts you 50, 60, whatever, now they're treating you like you're a boomer, or whatever, and it's like, no, I'm Gen X. I drank from the water hose. I, went out. I'm the generation that everybody's worried about waking up, because we're gonna, like, when we decide that this country is like done, we're just gonna be like, screw it. We're taking over, and it's just gonna be dealt with, so I don't know. It is what it is. So, all right. We said our good nights. Thank you, everybody. I think you would look great with dark brown hair. It's only color, so go for it. Yeah, if you go back and you guys see, part of the reason I wasn't streaming. We'll finish this off real quick. My ex-wife was watching all my streams, and she would literally nitpick everything I said and use it against me and weaponize it. And she drove me to the point that I wanted to end my life. I would rather have ended my life than had to deal with her. So streaming on my own channel was not good. It was very bad. It literally pushed me as close as you could possibly get to not being here anymore. So that's why you guys didn't get to see me stream. You can't block her. She's got 27 different YouTube accounts, Google accounts, because she used to play these stupid games, where like every one of our kids has a Google account, and she would log in as them to get rewards for this game, whatever. Blocking her, she would just make another account, or she would just go on one of the kids' accounts or whatever. And so you guys didn't get to see me stream. So I was actually streaming. I would go on other people's channels. I would hop on, like, it doesn't matter. If somebody else was streaming and I followed them and they were having a panel, I would hop on their panel, and people saw me with the dark hair and got to interact with me. Unfortunately, if you guys weren't also following those channels, It is what it is. So yeah, but maybe I'll get some pictures somewhere of when I had dark hair. But I mean, it's a very, if you notice, I don't know how much you guys can see. I mean, I'm extremely tired right now, but I don't have like crow's feet around my eyes. I don't have wrinkles. I don't have a lot of the skin markers that make you look older. So when I take the boss talk, I'd been on there a couple times. That wasn't a real primary show I'd go on every once in a while. So when I dye the hair and I've now taken away the obvious gray, then it sits here and it just kind of then it's kind of like, then you're looking at my skin, you're looking for crow's feet, you're looking for wrinkles, and it's a very frown lines. It's a very dramatic change. I look a lot younger, deceptively younger. 40s, whatever. So like I said, no, actually the motorcycle riding is the worst thing. Without putting sunscreen on, I get leather skin, and that'll give me wrinkles because I'm basically baking my skin. So that is literally if I forget to put sunscreen on, I have to be very vigilant. Otherwise, I end up with leather face from being on the bike. But all right, so yeah, I mean, like I said, it is what it is. I mean, she liked having that power to, make my life miserable. And, I mean, technically she still kind of has a little bit of that power over me, but it's getting less. She's getting less and less influence in ways to negatively affect my life, I guess. So yeah, it is what it is. But all right, well, now we went an extra half an hour. So all right, good night. Take care. Again, it was great hanging out with you guys. The only problem is this doesn't make me any money. And now I'm up really late. And, I got to do things that make me money. That's the problem. I got to make money. I guarantee I bet you there's no donations. There's none. No. Sweets. This is not, well, it is after dark, but there's no campfire. There's no, whatever. We're not, we didn't, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, definitely need that t-shirt. It has not turned into adult talk, like the, Mechanic After Dark, did, that constantly would go to. So yeah, so whatever. Oh, I didn't even have this on for this stream. Oh well, I could have had the screen comments in the stream. All right, so all right, guys, thank you. Have a great night. It was great catching up with you guys. I'm like I said, hopefully that also kind of helps you understand why I wasn't streaming as much. And in a relationship, it can be hard to stream because you guys take up time that that other person wants, so, and I'm not 100% sure if they're comfortable or if I'm comfortable with them having them on my stream right now, again, because I'm pretty sure my ex will still be watching these. And I don't want to poke the bear. So more so than what potentially I just did right now. Yeah. So, yep. Driving all through the night looking for a washroom. Take care, Eric. Yeah. I remember driving all through the night looking for a bathroom. What was that? Texas? It was like, there's no bathrooms. Nope. That was taking the trailer back, I think. We were driving through like northern Texas and there's like no bathrooms. But yeah. All right. Cool beans. Take care, guys. We'll see. Maybe I won't be as much of a stranger. Um, like I said, in November, things will start slowing down and maybe I can do a little bit more as I'm fixing stuff and whatever, or if I end up working with this guy at his shop as a mechanic, maybe I'll be able to actually post some mechanic content. I don't know. We'll just we'll take it one day at a time, and it was great seeing you guys again. Hopefully, be nice to if some of the lurkers would talk here and there, but hey, probably FBI. So you're tracking everything I said because of what I said. Not actually people, computers recording everything. So, all right. Good night, guys.